Good morning, and thank you for tuning in, everyone. Hopefully we haven't kept you waiting too long here online. We did have a bit of a power outage this morning, so delaying the start of this morning's action here at One Eye. But this is day 3. I'm Sky Solbach.
Ben Meyer.
And we're coming at you live from Lemoorn once again. And as you can see there on our cam there looking at the reef, there are some gray conditions still on offer, a little bit gray and overcast today. But still plenty of waves out there on the reef, and we're looking to get this thing going pretty soon here, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a couple of technical difficulties, but everything's back online now, and we're excited to start. First call, I'm sorry, we've already had the skipper's meeting, and first heat start for red flag going up is 10:50, which is just over 10 minutes from now, and we'll be staying with you live from now to then. So we're going to talk about some heat matchups we're going to see for today. We're also going to recap some of the action that we saw yesterday, which I think is a great place to start perhaps as we move forward and get the day 3 here at the 2012 One Eye Pro underway, Sky.
Yeah, for sure, Ben. And as you can see out there, I think that was Gonzalo Gomez. They're having a warm-up session. He's going to be coming up in one of the early heats. And we are going to get things underway today with the commencement of round 5 of the men, and then go straight into round 5 of the ladies. And we're going to run this thing as long as possible. The swell is a little bit on the decline, so we're looking at a declining swell out there on the reef, but there's still plenty of waves in the head to overhead high range, so still plenty contestable conditions, and the wind is filling in nicely once again here for day 3.
Absolutely. So without more further ado, let's look back at some of the stuff that we saw yesterday, and perhaps we can come back and point out some of the highlights as we saw it here at the booth, and kind of set up for the rest of the day of the heat matchups that happened yesterday. So sit back, enjoy a couple of minutes of one of the best days that we've had on tour yet this year.
Welcome to day 2 of the 2012 KSP One Eye Pro. Beautiful day here in Mauritius, getting underway shortly.
I could go out in the darkness, see you calling my name. I hear you shouting, hear you calling, but it's not the same. Every word that you are throwing right into my back doesn't matter to me, cause I'm keeping my track. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Stop talking, let me go. Our time together always ended up in war. Every whisper made you jealous.
Felipe Ferreira, big backside hack.
See you shouting out for throwing me out. No excuses, but this time it's gonna be the last. Let me go. Let me go.
Oh my word, me too, Monteiro, Mach 10 through that barrel.
Today is a little bit more easy because the wind is more side off, so it's a little bit more better, and the wave as well open a little bit more, so it's a little bit more easy to do the barrels and to surf as well on the wave. So today we have nice conditions.
Now I go out in the darkness, smiling back at your face with a nice and cozy feeling after leaving your place. This road will lead me somewhere I don't really know, but it's someone always takes my lead somehow. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Stop shouting, let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Oh, baby, let me go. Let me go. Oh, baby, let me
Well, Etienne Lot from France here on a nice looking wave, Ben.
Giving a clinic on backside riding today, Sky.
Young South African Luke McGilloway, he's really been on fire out here.
In the darkness, smiling back at your face with a nice and cozy feeling after leaving your place. This road will lead me somewhere I don't really know, but it's someone always makes my lead somehow. Let me go.
Last year's world champ Ayrton Copsolino on one of the last waves of the day. Looks like he's into a good one.
Let me go. let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Oh baby, let me go. Let me go. Oh baby, let me go. Let me go. Oh baby, let me go.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is day 3 of the 2012 Eye Kite Surf Pro. We are going to get this thing underway with men's round 5 coming up. We just saw a little wrap-up clip of all of yesterday's action. Some crazy performances out there. Definitely a standout for me was the heat between Mitu Montero and Patra McLaughlin. Those guys were just absolutely charging, laying it all on the line, and Mitu had a great, clean little barrel there. And he had the highest single wave score. I think a couple of our judges actually gave him a 10 on one of those waves.
Yeah, I think 3 judges. There's 3 10s out there on that heat for me too. Which for me, that's the one that got me out of my seat during the day. That's for sure. And had me hooting and hollering here in the booth, and kind of set the standard and the tone for how the rest of this event is going to play out. I think, and that it's going to take some energy and kind of hold a bit more effort to really get out there and advance a bit further. We're kind of through those beginning rounds, those early rounds that are getting us to the point that we're in now. And so I think the guys have kind of gotten through that and are now going to have to really step up to the plate to be able to advance.
There's definitely no easy heats from now on. I mean, it's going to be it's a do or die situation now. It's pretty much a knockout from here on as soon as we get to the quarters. So this round 5 coming up is going to be a knockout round, and then of course from the quarters on, no one gets a second chance. So all of the best riders sort of advancing to the end of this competition, and there's going to be some hard-fought battles out here at One Eye today. As we said, the forecast on the horizon right now is for a decrease in swell through the afternoon, so contest directors are going to run this thing as long as possible today, and then we are looking at the long-term forecast into the weekend for another big pulse and swell. So we'll wait and see how that develops, but for now we are going to get things started today here at One Eye with men's round 5.
Yeah, just as we said before the break, 10:50 a.m. was going to be the raising of the red flag, which will give us a 5-minute window till the start of the heat, which is coming up now in just about 5 minutes. We're going to have that first heat off and underway. And Sky, let's talk about a few of the matchups that I think that we're going to see as the day progresses. I know we said yesterday, and I'm sure as you can see in the clip, some of Mitu Montero's rides really set the standard and raised the bar pretty high for what everyone's going to have to do to try to advance out of their next rounds. And I know he's going to be one to watch. Because he won that heat, is going to be able to skip that next round and go directly into, I believe it's round 7, but let's say the quarterfinals. Doesn't really matter. He'll go straight directly to the quarterfinal. So we'll have some time today to sort of sit back and watch the conditions as we said before. Another one who was a standout yesterday, Ayrton Cozzolino, advancing straight into the quarterfinals. Had a fantastic heat as well. In the super windy offshore conditions yesterday, I know for me I was interested to see if he was going to be able to hold on to the kites and the kite size anyway as the quarter started to shift offshore a little bit, but it seemed like he had no problems with it and was able to keep himself in a nice vertical power position and drop back into the pocket.
Yeah, and Ayrton's not a big guy either. He probably only weighs like $140, $150, so he did really well to hang on. I think he was on probably his 5 or 6 meter kite, but showing a lot of control out there. And last year, for anyone who tuned into the webcast and saw some of the videos coming out of here, Ayrton Cozzolino was the winner of this event last year and last year's KSP World Champion, and he's going to be looking to make a charge all the way to the final for sure. So definitely looking very strong out here, and you can see a surfer out here warming up on the reef at One Eye. So still plenty of great waves on offer out there as this guy works this thing down through the end bowl. And we do have some of our kite surfers also out there on the reef warming up at the moment, getting ready for their round 5 heats. So we're going to have some great matchups today. We've got Felipe Ferreira. He's going to be coming up against Patrick McLaughlin, I believe. And there's going to be some other great matchups on the women's side as well as we get this thing rolling. So matchups for round 5, we're going to have Luke McGillivray from South Africa doing battle against Juan Pablo Diban in the first heat. That second heat is going to match the Brazilian Felipe Ferreira up against the rider from Maui, Patrick McLaughlin. In heat number 27, we're going to have Kiahi de Aboides from Australia against yours truly, Sky Solvat from the US. And in heat 28, the last heat of round 5, we'll have Lee Harvey, the Cornish Charger from Great Britain, up against the on-fire Brazilian Sebastian Ribeiro. That's going to be a great heat.
Yeah, so we're going to be starting again with the first heat of men's round 5, which is heat number 25 in the men's draw. And moving pretty quickly after that, after those 4 heats, we're going to be moving back into the women's section, also into round 5, starting with heat 13 overall with the women's draw, which is going to pit Mila Ferreira versus Inés Correa. And those two, again, are going to be fired up to get out there. I know that they're gonna be both throwing down. I believe they might have got one up against each other in the early rounds of the Portugal event. And we'll definitely be ready to get out there and get this underway in women's round 5, followed by women's the second heat of the round 5, which will put Kirsty Jones versus Christine Buza in that heat, which also should be a pretty hotly contested battle.
Yep, for sure. That's going to be some great heats coming up there. And just to give you guys just to reiterate, the conditions are going to be dropping throughout the day. The swell will be decreasing throughout the afternoon, but our contest directors were on hand this morning checking out conditions. I believe this is Kiahi de Aboides warming up for his heat out there. They were assessing conditions and sat out there on the tower for about an hour, and they have decided to continue with 15-minute heats with 5-minute transitions. So there are still really consistent sets pouring across the reef, and things are looking good to have a great competition here today at One Eye.
Absolutely. We're all psyched. We're hoping to get through as much as the event today. There is a forecast in the future calling for a bit of a bigger swell than we have today. But as with contests and not knowing exactly, as it's sort of set out a little bit, a few days, it's not anything that's supposed to arrive within the next 2 days. So if we have the conditions, as Sky was saying, and our judging panel is out on the tower out there, saying the sets have been pretty inconsistent, or sorry, they've been pretty consistent for the last hour, and they are now.
Yeah, there's great waves that are rolling across the reef, Ben. And you know that forecast for next weekend is still a ways out. So as long as we do have the conditions, we want to go ahead and utilize what we have.
Sounds good.
Welcome back. The red flag is up for the first heat of day 3 here at the 2012 KSP One Eye Pro. In this first heat, we are going to have a great matchup here. The men in round 5. So this first heat will be Felipe Ferreira coming up against Patria McLaughlin. I'm sorry, that is actually not going to be the right heat. We actually have Luke McGillivray, the young South African, coming up against Juan Pablo Diban from Chile. Sorry about that little mistake here. A little power outage has thrown us out here this morning at day 3 of the One Eye Pro.
Yeah, we had generators on the way to try to solve the problem, and so that might be a bit of the technical glitches that you might be seeing during this broadcast today. Been trying to reconnect some wires and get everything back up and running to be able to start this on time. It looks like we still will be able to do that, which based on the way that things were going about 20 minutes ago, it's high fives all around for everybody. So anyways, want to apologize a little bit if there's been a few glitches in the system and a bit of confusion, especially here in the booth where I know I've been fumbling over my words a few times.
So we have been trying to get things under control. It was a general power outage here in the entire southwest corner of Mauritius here. So looks like the power is back up and running, and we're going to get things underway here shortly with Luke McGillivray and Juan Pablo Diban. So this is going to be a great heat coming up.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one, and anyone who tuned in yesterday who saw Patria McLaughlin in his heat with Me Too Monteiro, it was definitely the heat that
kind of blew minds.
And that one's coming up after this one, and Luke for sure is going to be in the white in this next heat, and he was another one that was kind of a standout yesterday, I think, in that every wave that he caught, he wasn't necessarily doing anything that was blowing people's minds, but it was some of the most solid surfing that I've seen all day yesterday, and he just was putting link turns together, wave after wave after wave, and he definitely deserves to be in this next heat, and is going to have his hands full with Juan Pablo Diban, who was another surfer guy yesterday who has just had such great connecting power and was very consistent in his riding yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. And both of these riders, goofy footers, they're both going to be facing the wave here on their forehand. And Luke McGillivray was just doing a really good job yesterday of putting that board on rail and doing some really nice power carves. Luke McGillivray coming from South Africa, he's used to riding left and facing the wave, so this wave really suits him, as well as Juan Pablo Diban coming from Chile. He's used to really fast left-hand barreling waves. So it looks like we do have a green flag up for this heat. So we are going to cut out to live action there from our tower cam.
And again, you can see in the bottom of your screen, we have both riders with their current scores. We also have the color bibs that they'll be wearing. We have Luke McGillivray, South African, in white, Juan Pablo Diban, the Chilean, in blue. If you look on the left-hand side by their correct number 1 and number 2, you see the color. Should match exactly them out on the water as we wait for both of these guys to pull into their first wave of the first heat of day 3 of the 2012 KSP One Eye Pro here in beautiful Mauritius. Skylar, good to be sitting next to you again. I'm psyched for another action-packed day. And the conditions have held overnight. The wind is solid. The waves have been consistently overhead all morning.
And here we go, the first wave of the first heat here of day 3. Looks like a little bit of a smaller set here. This is going to be Juan Pablo taking a look at this one, not quite finding what he wants. Of course, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors making this event possible. We're going to thank MTEL for providing the internet here on the beach. Those guys going above and beyond to provide us with a great internet connection to bring you these live images. The MTPA, Mauritius Tourism Board, for partnering with us for this event. North Kiteboarding, Ion Essentials for being Ion actually our official KSP Tour outfitter, St. Regis, and Monster Energy. And this looks like Juan Pablo Diban.
Yep, checking out perhaps the first scored wave of the day. Looks like it's going to wall up in front of him. Let's see what he can do with it. Nice little off the top there as it starts to close out in front of him. We'll see if he can run around this little wall of water to get another turn off the top. Looking nice and solid. This should be a good, decent scoring opening wave for Juan Pablo, linking a lot of turns together as we get further down towards the judges' tower. And that should make him happy for his first scored wave of the day.
Oh, and here we go. Up top, Luke McGillivray coming in hot. Already a great first turn on this wave, laying into a bottom turn. Nice snap off the top. These waves going a little bit slower than yesterday, allowing these riders to fire off a bunch of turns as Luke pulls this thing through.
Tries to connect that onto the inside. Looks like his first couple of turns are going to be what gets him some points as he tries to link it back inside.
A little floater over the top there onto that shallow bit of reef, and both of these riders now with one score under their belt as they make their way back out the back. They're going to try to back those scores up and just sort of build house from there, Ben.
Yeah, laying foundation.
Just laying the foundation. That's what you got to do. It's all about getting out there, getting a couple scores under your belt. We see a windsurfer here dropping in. That is not cool, and that is going to hinder Juan Pablo's scoring potential there on that wave.
Unfortunate. So that was an unfortunate one there.
Hopefully,
someone's out there with a BB gun on the tower there. Rattle a couple through that guy's sail.
Hopefully, our rescue craft can get out there and chase that guy to the competition area. That's too bad to see there. I don't think that would have been a great wave for Juan Pablo in any case, but not a cool maneuver.
That's for sure. So both these guys with this one scoring wave behind them already, as Sky was saying, going to try to get the next one to back it up. Again, it'll be interesting to see what strategy is today. We saw Luke start a bit higher in that first scoring wave that he had, and working his way up to the top of the reef, and it kind of definitely getting the size compared to Juan Pablo's first wave. However, it kind of there was nothing more to it after about one or two solid turns until that inside reform. But Luke, because he was so far upwind already, wasn't able to really utilize it, as Juan Pablo started a bit lower and was able to link a bit more turns together, even though the wave didn't quite have the same size. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges are scoring both the commitment of maybe going after the bigger waves, but knowing that it's a little bit less, there's a little less, it's more sectiony, they're going to get less turns in it, or if the guys are going to be rewarded for the amount of turns that they're getting in on their wave selection.
Yeah, and of course the judging scale is always being adjusted to suit the conditions, so obviously riders are not going to be getting huge stand-up barrels in these conditions, although there probably will be some cover-ups to be seen out here, but I think it's going to be a bit more about doing turns and linking these sections together, as we see a
both
nice
riders
set here coming in. Both riders, I believe that's Juan Pablo there.
In the foreground, Luke McGillivray in the background. Hopefully we get a chance to grab his wave as we see Juan Pablo pulling into a nice section. The waves seem to be holding up very nicely today and keeping their form as we see Juan Pablo go down. And Luke McGillivray right behind him, pulling into one of the bigger waves of the set. We'll see what he can do with this one. Nice
off the top there, throwing a lot of spray. Nice power and control there shown from the South African rider as he pulls this thing to the inside. Another nice carve right in front of the judges' tower. And if he can finish this thing off nicely, Ben, this is going to be a great score.
Yeah, this is going to be a great score for Luke. Again, he's been such a solid, consistent rider the last couple of days, and it's no question that he deserves to be where he is, and that wave is going to be scoring very well for him.
Yeah, and conditions look like they're improving out there, at least the wind conditions anyway. It looks like we do have some clearing skies. It was pretty overcast this morning, and a little bit less wind than we've seen out here the last couple of days, but these riders are still powered probably on 7 or 8 meter kites. So another great day of competition coming up ahead. It's currently 11 a.m., a little bit of a late start this morning. We had some technical issues, a power outage here on this southern part of the island of Mauritius, but we have gotten things underway, and just under 9 minutes remaining in this first heat of round 5. Juan Pablo Diban against Luke McGillivray. I'm excited, Ben. It's going to be a great day.
Yeah, and as you see the scores in front of us, we're expecting that to change based on that last wave that we saw from Luke McGillivray. My guess is that one is going to put him into the lead. We'll wait for the official dropping of that score, but that last one, in my opinion, should be one of the higher scored waves that we've seen in this heat, and should be enough to put Luke in not necessarily a comfortable lead, but definitely in the lead in this heat as Juan Pablo tries to increase his backup wave score. He's sitting now with a 1.97. Again, I'm guessing that's gonna increase as the rest of this heat plays out.
Yeah, and Luke already sitting with that 6.5, a great mid-range score there from his first wave. And it looks like score is dropping there for Luke McGillivray at 7.23, so that will skyrocket him into the lead in front of the Chilean.
Yeah, and now obviously you see another windsurfer in the way, and Luke, you can see giving him a hard time as he was going by. But Juan Pablo right behind him.
That's really too bad to see. But let's stick here with Juan Pablo's wave. Nice second maneuver there, and looks like the waves are really allowing these guys to get a lot of turns as he kicks out over that closeout section and puts his kite in the drink.
Yeah, he again. It's going to be interesting to see how these guys, right now, they're both of them starting up high, trying to link this all the way to the inside. Juan Pablo ran out of space there at the end, but let's see if we can't keep again, these guys trying to make a decision whether they start high and try to connect it all the way down to link the number of turns together with the size, or starting more in the middle of the contest area with a smaller size, kind of, don't want to say reform on the inside, but just a bit of a smaller wave that's down the line, and trying to link more turns together right in front of that, right in the judges' faces right there.
Yeah, so Luke McGillivray already with 2 great scores there on the board. He did get snaked by that windsurfer on that last wave, as Juan Pablo did. So
yeah, maybe they're even.
But I guess they're even now. But
he's dishing out cutoffs evenly.
Yeah, so it's 1 for 1 there out there for those guys at the moment.
Once he gets back to the beach and dish out even donuts on the guy.
Yeah, let's see how that all plays out. But it didn't look like that was going to be much of a wave for Luke in any case, I don't think. And he's already got those 2 great scores on the board. I don't think that wave probably would have offered him anything to back up his 7.23 and improve on that 6.5. So nothing too bad there, but hopefully that windsurfer will get out of the competition area.
Again, if you're just joining us, you are in the midst of our first heat of the day. This is round 5, heat number 1 of the men, and heat 25 overall of the men's draw. We are just approaching about 5 minutes left in this heat as we're looking in the foreground in front of us here. Luke McGillivray, the South African, who holds a slight edge in this heat so far over his competition, who is Juan Pablo Divan, the Chilean, as we see Luke drop into this wave sky, and it looks like a nice one.
Yeah, this is a nice, clean little wave. Looks like this thing's going to wall up nicely down the reef. He's already got 1 turn. See if he can get around this section, back on the clean face. Another turn, but kind of catching his fins there and going over his rail. And that windsurfer is out there, and I'm not sure what's going on there, Ben.
Well, I'm sure, and it's not cool. As we see Juan Pablo, though, maybe right in front of the wheel. Oh, no. Unbelievable.
That is really, really bad there. Hopefully our jet ski driver can get out there and
that was borderline dangerous, that's for sure.
Out of the competition zone.
Unfortunate, because I think that would have been a fairly high-scoring wave for Juan Pablo. Yeah, hopefully we can get that under control. Unfortunate to see the lack of respect of trying to run a competition, and I know it's always a tough thing when you come into a local spot and guys are used to going out there, but for sure what we're trying to show here for everybody who's hanging out here in Mauritius, we are showcasing that this is a place to come for not only not only kiteboarding, but for windsurfing and for everything else. We're definitely not coming in to try to take over and prove who's better, who isn't. It's more of a showcase of everything that this beautiful island has to offer, and all wind sports are this is a mecca for all wind sports.
Yeah, absolutely, and the MTPA, the Mauritius Tourism Board, partnering with this event to promote the beautiful island of Mauritius, not only for kite surfing, but for eco sports in general. It's a very beautiful, natural kind of island, and they definitely want to promote eco-friendly sports. There's great golfing here, there's great surfing, kite surfing, windsurfing, there's great diving, and all sorts of outdoor beach activities to take part in here in Mauritius, as we see Juan Pablo Divan on yet another wave, and I'm going to have to say they may have to cancel this heat, Ben, if this windsurfer keeps dropping on these guys.
I think it's two different guys now, unfortunately. But Juan Pablo again pulling into a wave. He increased his two-wave total there. As you see below on the screen, he's now sitting at 11.94, still trailing Luke McGillivray, the South African, by a couple of points. He's going to need to get a solid one to in the last few minutes to come back and catch Luke McGillivray. I think he needs an upper mid-7 point wave in order to come back and catch Luke.
Yeah, so Luke's done really well with that 7.23 and 6.5. He's sitting in not a commanding lead, but he does have the lead at the moment, and just a couple of minutes remaining with that green flag up. So just over 2 minutes remaining in this first heat of round 5. And
we'll switch back to live action. Luke on another one here. Looks like a bit more of an insider. Pulls out of that one. Again, wave selection is gonna be important here. And these guys in the first heat of the day have proven that the conditions are definitely holding. Definitely a great start to this third day of competition, Sky.
Yeah, for sure. And if you guys are just joining us, this is day 3. We'd like to thank our event sponsors, the MTPA, Mauritius Tourism Board, North Kiteboarding, Ion Essentials, MTEL, St. Regis, and Monster Energy. And of course, we've got a whole host of other local partners here, but this does look like Juan Pablo Diban on yet another wave here, trying to play catch up. He's looking for a 7.65. Not sure if this is going to do it for him. He was looking to maybe tuck into that barrel and get a little extra score there, but I don't think that wave is going to do it for him, Ben.
Me neither. He's kind of getting again into the last minute as we see Luke McGillivray pulling into another one. This probably isn't going to increase Luke's score unless it turns into something spectacular on the inside. But Juan Pablo Diban definitely capable of uncorking a big one. I just don't know if he's going to have enough time to do it.
So time ticking away in this heat, under a minute remaining. The red flag will come up shortly here. The green flag is already down, so less than a minute to go as these guys go out there and search for possibly one last scoring ride.
Yeah, and it looks like they might have one more chance if the sets come back and cooperate to be able to initiate that turn before that red flag in order to get this to count. Luke coming in first. I would imagine that Juan Pablo would be behind him, but based on what it looks like out there, the set that's coming in before the red flag's up doesn't look like it's going to offer enough for Juan Pablo to increase his wave score and be able to overtake Luke McGillivray, the South African.
So here we go, Luke McGillivray starting this one off pretty low, but he sees a nice little lump down here, fires off a nice first turn, hooks that thing under the lip, and let's see what he can do with the rest of this thing. Another nice forehand gouge there from McGillivray, getting a little off kilter there on that last turn, and that's going to do it for the heat here. Juan Pablo in a last-ditch effort here, looking for a 7.56.
Yeah, and I'm not sure he got into that wave before the red flag went up, but again, that's going to be a judge's call. But definitely going for it here. He knows he needs a big one to overtake Luke, and I doubt that's going to do it. But what a valiant effort by Juan Pablo Diban in the closing moments of that heat.
So we will wait for scores to drop from that final exchange there. But if I were a betting man, I would probably put my money on Luke McGillivray to make it through that last heat. But again, I'm not a judge, so I'm not going to make that call, and we will wait for those scores to drop.
Yeah, and you know, it's always questionable, not questionable, but it's always interesting to see the first heats of the day. It kind of sets the standard of what conditions we can expect, and it kind of lets us go out there and see how everybody is handling the conditions and be able to really assess what's going to be happening for the rest of the day. All the riders for sure on the beach, checking it out, making sure that what they can expect once they get out there, if they haven't been out already for their warm-ups. But I think today, Sky, we've seen so far that it looks pretty good. No, I mean, contestable is not the right word. I think it looks like pretty good conditions out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than just contestable. We've got great conditions out there on the reef at the moment, and we are currently in a transition period. We're going to cut to an interview with Nina Bichler. She was the winner of the last women's heat yesterday, so we didn't get an interview with her, so we are going to pick up where we left off yesterday, and we will throw it down to Uli, who is sitting by with the winner of that last women's heat, Nina Bichler.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Ben. Ninja, you won the last heat yesterday of yesterday's competition day against Christine, the German battle. How was it?
Yeah, it was really good. It's the first time I meet Christine in a heat, and we're not so lucky with the waves. Before the heat, there was a big set rolling in, and I was just waiting for the red flag to go down. And then the heat was starting and the waves were going a bit down, but still we had fun. And the wind was nice and turning a bit more offshore in the evening because it was almost dark. And yeah, it was a good heat, I think, yeah.
You had fun?
Yeah, for sure. I love it.
And you, as an expert for One Eye, for these conditions here, what is your forecast for today? What we can expect of this day?
Yeah, probably some people will be lucky and have good waves, and others in the heat probably not. But yeah, the wind is there, and maybe they're gonna rig more 7 kites than 5. Guess it's a bit more down, and some clouds passing. So yeah, it's still a good day today. Yeah.
So good luck for your heat today.
Yeah.
We will see you against who you're riding later,
Yeah,
and hope to get you back on the sofa and back to Sky and Ben. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Uli. Sitting down with Nina Bichler, one of the standouts yesterday, heat winner of the last women's heat that we had yesterday evening. And definitely getting ready for her upcoming heats, excited to get out there and continue her quest for the championship here at the 2012 KSP 1 Eye Pro at Mauritius. We are underway. We are yellow flag. You can see in the distance there, 1 minute to heat start. The next heat we have going out there is going to be Felipe Ferreira versus Patri McLaughlin. And these two are going to be ready to hammer it in these conditions. As I said earlier in the show, both of these guys were on fire yesterday. Patri laying it all on the line, not afraid of anything, pulling in to close out barrels, and really setting the standard for what I think it's going to take to come out of this contest and really make it happen. So. Both of these guys ready to get out there as we wait for the green flag. And there we are, green flag. This is Felipe Ferreira and Patri McLaughlin as we switch over to our live cam. And again, if we're judging off of last heat, we saw some pretty consistent sets rolling in, and it's going to be interesting to see if these guys go for their first heat, their first scoring wave of the day up high, or come into the middle. This looks like it's Felipe in the white right in front of us, coming in, having that such a powerful, stylish backhand riding style here at One Eye, and he's so great at getting himself in the proper positioning and having just such a great, powerful bottom turn into a vertical top turn and back into the critical section of the wave. So it'll be great to see the way that he's positioning himself for those big, powerful snaps versus sort of the all-over style of Patri, and really looking to pull into some barrels as well as have some really nice, powerful turns. So this will be a great heat to watch the outcome. Again, if you're just joining us, we are in heat number 26. which is heat number 2 of round 5 of the men. We are underway, hoping to finish all the way through round number 5 of the men and move into round number 6. I'm sorry, round number 5 of the women as well. As we see in front of us here, Patry McLaughlin hopefully going for his first scored wave of this heat. A nice off the top turn, trying to get himself up high. You notice he started this wave up high, trying to hope that you can see it kind of petering out there in the middle, but hoping to connect it on the inside. And if he's able to, he'll be able to link a lot of turns together right in front of the judges right in front of the scoring tower. So we have both riders in the screen here. And Patry, as we see Felipe just committing to that turn. And another one looks like he's going to kick out of that, as it's not going to turn into anything he can use. And again, Patry racing down the line. So as you saw in that one, Patry starting high and then coming in and trying to make it work all the way in on the inside. It was unfortunate that he wasn't able to reconnect all that together. But you never know. It's part of reading the conditions of the day and sort of the switching swell. So hopefully we can get out there. Hopefully these guys can both get out there with some great high scoring waves. And we do have official results from heat number 25. That was the first heat of the day that pitted the South African Luke McGillivray versus the Chilean Juan Pablo Divan. And it was a close battle, as you guys saw the whole time, but Luke McGillivray edging out the victory with a 2-wave total of 13.73 to Juan Pablo Divan's 12.27. So Luke McGillivray will be advancing on. I know he was stoked yesterday with his progress, and he continues the momentum and keeps rolling. Seems to have figured out exactly what to be doing here at One Eye. As we look at Felipe Ferreira pulling into this one, let's see if it's going to wall up for him and enable him to get up and do some critical turns. Looks like he's able to get himself back into the critical section. Now this is the important part, to see if he can link it to the inside and do anything with it. Looks like he's trying hard, but not gonna wall up the way he wanted to on the inside. Still waiting for our first wave scores to drop on this one. I know that both these guys are going to be wanting to increase on what we have so far. It looks like that there's just about 10 minutes left in this heat. First wave scores that I'm seeing have Patry in front, but not by much, as we see Felipe Ferreira really pulling into one of the nicer waves that we've seen in this set so far, getting a nice backside snap off the top, trying to run around that white water. It looks like it's not going to do anything for him as he gets in on the inside and hoping for that reform. Again, we're looking at Patry McLaughlin taking a check at that one. Looks like he's going to abandon that wave. It wasn't going to turn into anything that he wanted to use. Again, in the foreground, looks like Patry is going to try this one, getting himself right in the critical section of the wave. This one's walling up nicely in front of him in a perfect, powerful off the top as it starts to come and close out on there. But it's going to be a scoring wave for him, that's for sure. And I think both these guys still are gonna in the last 2/3 of this heat. We have about 9 minutes left as we look at Felipe Ferreira in front of us. In the background, pulling into his next wave. He's going to need to increase his wave scores as we see a nice, powerful off the top from Felipe, working it down in front of the judges, trying to stay with it. He's not going to be able, as he body surfs that barrel right into the inside, not being able to connect that in through in front of the judges. Again, waiting for our scores to drop as we see the newest update. Patry McLaughlin with a 2-wave score, 4.77, 4.63, as we see him in the foreground right in front of us again, trying to increase there. Looks like he's in the lead, but would definitely like to increase that Not sure that one's going to do it, but a nice wave, one of the better ones we've seen of this set, right in front of us here with Felipe. Let's see if he can pull it back into that one, and if it's going to wall up in front of the judges here. Looks like he's going to get what he's looking for, a nice solid off the top hack on his backside as he rides that whitewash right in front of the judges. So latest scores that we have, 9.4 two-wave score for Patry McLaughlin. Felipe Ferreira, the Brazilian, 8.43 two-wave score, but looking at a backup wave of 2.5, I would assume that that last wave that he just rode is going to increase that up a little bit and might be enough to overtake Patry, but again, we're going to have to wait and see after judges' tabulation exactly where they stand. Still looking at Patry in first place. He is in the blue. Felipe Ferreira, the Brazilian, in the white, as both work their way upwind. Again, as I was saying before, both these guys making the decisions on whether to start their wave turn high at the upper part of the reef and hope that it connects to the inside, or some of the strategies have been to wait for more of that middle section, and hopefully they can get more turns there on the inside. But definitely the bigger waves, as we see Patry pull into this one, have been starting upper in the reef, and if the ones who've been able to connect that all the way to the inside, as we see Patry linking some nice turns together, again hoping that he can make that transfer all the way to the inside. It looks like he's going to get a nice wave score here with lots of fluid, powerful turns all the way to the inside, being able to work that little whitewater section. As we see one of the larger waves of the set right in the foreground here, Felipe Ferreira trying to race his way down the line, get in proper position, probably trying to eye out and see if it's going to wall up on him to tuck in. Doesn't look like able to re-enter. Probably wasn't exactly what he's looking for. But it's going to blow up in front of him and try to work his way around into this whitewash. Nice little floater off the top, but it's not going to be able to keep that one together. Didn't seem that one quite did what he was hoping for, but as he finds himself, as he was finding himself a bit behind in that heat, he's definitely trying to get himself back up in there. Actually, as we see new scores dropping, Felipe taking the lead, and that puts Patry McLaughlin in a situation where he's going to have to put a small 5-pointer, a 5.1, low 5.1, I'm sorry, score up on the board to be able to get back up into the thick of things, which definitely is not outside of Patry's capability. Felipe Ferreira going with a 5.93 and a backup wave score of 3.97, which is what I thought he'd increase that to be able to take the lead. And Patry looking to increase his 4.63, trying to pull in, not quite going to come out of that one. But Patry, as we saw yesterday, no holds barred, going after it, pulling into barrels that there's no way he's going to come out of. And again, really setting the standard yesterday for going after it with all he's got and really laying it on the line. So I expect in the last 5 minutes of this heat, we're going to see Patry McLaughlin of Hawaii really trying to come back in this heat. Again, in second place he finds himself, but not by much. And we're hoping that, again, new scores dropping, and we see that Patry's patience has paid off and puts him into the lead with a 6.83 first wave score and a 4.77 backup. As we see Felipe Ferreira in the foreground here, trying to increase that 4.17. Both of these guys have been scoring higher and higher as the heat's been going on. Felipe sees something he doesn't quite like and pulls out of that one. But again, Patry answering back to Felipe's higher scoring wave, that last set that we saw, now requiring Felipe Ferreira, the Brazilian, to increase his wave score. And I believe he needs about a 5.6, 5.7 in order to get himself back up into the realm of Patry. And just sitting down with me in the booth, the Spaniard, Abel Lago. I'd like to welcome you to the broadcasting booth. Welcome, Abel.
Thank you. Hola, Benito. How are you?
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
South America. You speak really like a Camaretan guy, eh?
Yeah, okay.
Let's focus.
So, as we're looking at Felipe here trying to come back versus Patri, how do the conditions look for you today?
It's more offshore and a little bit smaller. It's harder for a backhand like Felipe, but he has such a vertical style, and it's unbelievable. He's really surf. You can see the guy is like, I saw him surfing in Portugal this winter. It was unbelievable, and the guy is really doing his best. I have to say it's a handicap today to go backside. But the guys are doing amazing. I don't know. Let's see how is it going today.
Well, how important do you think it is, especially for a guy like Felipe who doesn't quite have the same kiting experience as you, for example, being around the sport for a long time and being a world-class competitor for a number of years? How do you think, obviously being a surfer is advantageous in a competition like this, but do you think it's a little bit harder by not having enough kite experience to link the two together, and it's going to take a bit more time for these guys to figure it out? Or do you think they've done a pretty good job in the limited amount of time that they've had?
Well, I'm Felipe been kiting for a few years already, but there is like the case of Pedro that been already, there's only in less than 1 year, I think, and Pedro Enrique is really killing it, but you can see that he's still missing a little bit of kite timing, but as soon as he get it, I'm afraid of these guys, because the guys, when they are surfing or just when they catch a wave and they forget about the kite, they kill it.
And that's, I think, one of the greatest things, as we see Patri McLaughlin right in front of us here, trying to get that little insider and ride that right in front.
Wow,
as we see just Felipe hammering.
Oh, that's the hard thing you see. It's like it's super hard to keep the edge on the board because the wind blows you out.
Exactly.
It's too offshore, and for a backhand, it's super difficult.
And I want to go back to something that you just said before about surfing and its inclusion in sort of what, as we see, Padre ripping down the line here.
He love it.
Yeah, and not going to be able to do anything with that one. But I mean, that's one of the things that the KSP is really trying to showcase, is that sort of direct connection between a surfer and what these guys and riders like yourself are trying to do in the waves today, as we see Felipe pulling into a nice one here.
Oh, I love this beautiful vertical, huh? It
Exactly.
really goes vertical on the sections. You can see like they know bottom vertical to the section. You can see the guy is really, he knows how to surf.
Exactly. And as you said, you know, it's a very important part of this whole competition and the puzzle that we have here, and in completing that link, that direct link between surfing and kiteboarding. And I think that you guys have done a fantastic job at showcasing how fantastic and how close you can look to an actual surfer, but using this cheat of a kite to get you in and out like a chairlift. So instead of catching 10 waves, you're catching 100 waves in a day.
And also helps you in your surfing. I'm surfing so much better when I go to the water and I spend a few months kiting. Well, see Patrick again.
This is Patri pulling into one of the bigger size waves of the day. Let's see.
Okay, it's going.
Patri, never a disappointment. There's never a dull moment. As we look at our updated scores, Patri McLaughlin still in first place with under a minute to go in this heat. A nice wall forming for Felipe. He's going to need to increase his wave score to have a chance, and this one's forming into something that might be usable on the inside if he can outrace that foam ball in front.
Look at him pumping with the hand. It's bad.
Doesn't look like he's going to quite get as many turns as he wanted on that one to overtake Patri, but again, we're going to see how that goes. We do have red flag up. That's the end of round 5, heat number 26. Looks like Patri is going to be advancing through that heat. Again, we're going to wait for official word. And again, Abel, we saw you competing yesterday. Had a tough last heat.
Really hard to hit. Like, I was crying on the water. It was too windy. I've been here for 2 weeks, kiting on my 9 every day, and then the last 3 days on the competition, kiting on a 4. I was on a 4 meters kiting out there. I was crying, flying. I couldn't stop. I was like, please, some rocks or something to put on my board.
Yeah, it was
very windy.
It was definitely challenging conditions yesterday. It was. I know it was a close heat. It was a hotly contested heat.
Lee was riding very well backside, and was a little bit more sideshore than today, a little bit bigger. And backside you can ride very well. He did amazing, and I did not good at all. Oh, look at that. Hello, guys.
Welcome.
Sorry.
Welcome to the.
I look really wild this morning. Sorry.
No, welcome to the booth, Abel. Again, good to see you here. Now that we have a little break of action again, we're in our transition period for men's third heat of round 5. But yeah, welcome to the booth. Great to have you here. It's great to
Come closer to you.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. It's great to have some a little bit of on water experience and explanation of what's going on today, and how difficult is it for you every day as you show up to the beach. Again, we're looking out and we're seeing the conditions as they are today, and here the last 3 days really have been kind of different, and even from heat to heat, as you were saying yesterday, there was a few heats that were blowing 35 knots. And
yeah, it was very windy, and this side off in the direction is just pushing you so much. The wave is already powerful, and you already have a lot of speed. And the problem you have is slow down. You need to slow down to get into the sections, because you have so much power in your board and in your legs that it's so hard to control. And you really need the right gear, the right fins, the right kites. The people think like one board and one kite is enough, but trust me, you really need the right gear for these kind of conditions. It's very difficult, especially like here, for example, the first weeks we have like the regular direction, there was side off, or like the regular direction for one eye. But in the last few days we have quite sideshore wind, and the wave was not that clean, it was a little bit bumpy and big.
Right.
And you're already running down the line with choppy and strapless, full power in your 4 meter.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And I know just from watching yesterday too, there was a few heats that, I mean, I'd have to say that for the whole day the waves were fairly consistent. It was really the wind that was switching in the direction, and it kind of it doesn't make it quite as easy to decide exactly ahead of time, because it could be 2 minutes blowing 25 and then 2 minutes later blowing 35. But that's the nature of competition, and trying to deal with conditions has a lot to do with that.
It's part of the game. You cannot complain. I'm gonna complain. I had a good time out there. I have a hard time actually, but I would love to be back again. I was just praying like, please, I don't want to lose, because it was so beautiful out there. But
it is, and we're hoping for the conditions look like they're gonna be holding through the day. And we are looking at our next heat, round 5 heat number 27. Total of the men's draw is going to pit the Australian Kiahi Diaboides in the white versus Sky Solbach, my normal booth mate in the blue. We are currently at red flag, just coming down, and I have Abel Lago with me in the booth. Hopefully you can stick around for the next heat. For the moment, we're gonna go down to the beach to see Luke McGilloway, winner of the last heat on the water, with our interviewer Uli, and see what Luke thought of the conditions out there, and talk to him about his thoughts for the rest of the competition. We're gonna go down to Uli just.
I'm sitting here with Luke now, and wow, this was pretty close, your last heat.
All right, we're back with live action. Had some more technical difficulties. We rejoin round number 5, heat number 27, featuring Kiahi Diaboides versus Sky Solbach. We were able to watch this live, and it's been a fantastic heat. Unfortunately, we weren't able to bring it to you in its entirety, but we are about 3 minutes left. Did you see? Oh. You see Sky Solbach going down right there, but the waves look like they've picked up a bit. These guys have been battling back and forth. Kiahi with the heavier punches so far, as you see, pulling into a nicely walling up wave, trying to get around, and just super smooth, powerful turn off the top there. Then Kiahi, Abel, I'm still sitting here with Abel Lago. Kiahi's been able to, as we've seen him while we were trying to get this live stream back up and going, has just been getting himself in the right place at the right time and really looking smooth out there, Abel.
Yeah, it was beautiful to watch both. Like, was like a moment, there was a set coming, and everyone taking like, well, Sky took some very beautiful, but Keahi was more able to be in the critical section because Sky's wave was not that vertical. And he got like really high scores. I'm really impressed. 8.5 for the conditions that we have today. Wow.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. And as we said, that it looked like the last half of that heat, the sets that were rolling in have been some of the better ones that we've seen so far of the day, and hence the higher scores that are starting to roll in. Keahi with an 8.5, 7.6, 16.1. Combined wave score definitely is the highest that we've seen of the heat so far.
Now Sky is going one more time. Like, do you see both are really surfing? They are regular. They're going backside here, backhand. Wow, Sky is going for it. Like, you must go for it really in the first section, and then just if you find an open face, it's really hard to find waves who opens in the way in front of the judges, because you are getting more into one eye where the reef is more out.
Yeah,
looking for you and waiting for you, and you
waiting,
like, yeah, it's waiting for you. It's really shallow there. You can see when you are on the water, you have some sections that the reef is total out, and I think it's low tide now in the morning, and the rocks are really out. And I saw some of the guys this morning coming with the broken nose of the board, some things. They touched the reef, all of them.
And Sky came in yesterday with a broken board.
I heard about it. Yeah. I saw the video. I was like,
Yeah, he came in, so he was happy, of course, to keep his board intact in this heat. And as we see Keahi just ripping a top turn there. Very powerful, very fluid. Keahi, one of the young guns on tour, not able to get back in there, but as you see that wave coming in there, starting to hollow out a bit. Wouldn't be surprised as we keep going through the day to start to see some of these guys going for it and pulling into some of these hollower waves that we're starting to see.
Yeah, like I told you, like before, I was telling to Ben that I was really impressed last year when I saw Keahi in some of the contests. This year in the onshore, he's going for a barrel.
Not quite going to come out, but just
so hard.
Just as we said,
like with the offshore, I have to say, like the offshore wind we have today, do bars is harder, because your kite's a little bit more inside the window, and as soon as you go into the barrel, the lines just get touched by the lip of the wave, and the kite goes all the way to the back, and then you have too much pressure from the lines, and it pulls you out. If yesterday we will have more cojones, I would say, we will do crazy barrel. Well, we saw. I did.
Oye, tranquilo.
I was so excited in the house watching Me Too and Patrick doing crazy barrels on the sections. Oh my God. These guys are my idol. Me Too is my offshore idol. Like,
offshore idol.
In offshore side off conditions, Me Too is my, like, I had a photo on the room.
I agree with you. That was the best heat we saw yesterday. As we see the red flag in front of us here, looking like Keahi de Aboides is going to advance through that heat. In the interim, in our transition period, we are going to throw this back down to Uli for an interview with heat winner Luke McGillivray. We got cut off last time due to a power outage, but we are going to throw it down to Uli right now for her interview with Luke McGillivray. Uli?
And I'm here now with Luke. Luke, you won your last heat. This was very close. How was it out there?
It was really good. There was the waves were a bit smaller than yesterday. The wind was a little bit inconsistent and more offshore, but it was still very nice out there.
And your next heat is against Me Too. How do you feel about that?
I'm a bit worried, but I mean, there's no one else better that I would like to go against. I mean, I've been watching Me Too ride since I started kiting, so it's going to be a really nice experience to go against him.
An interesting one, definitely. And how do you see the conditions right now out there? Which size of kite you recommend?
I was on a 6, so it just keeps changing. You have to literally last minute before your heat, you have to decide what you're going to take, and it's do or die.
Yeah, just be prepared.
Yeah, that's all.
All right, thanks a lot, and back to Ben.
Thank you, Uli. Great to hear from Luke McGillivray. Definitely stoked to be moving on further into the rounds. I know he was happy to move through his heats yesterday and continuing the momentum, moving on as we're looking in front of us in the transition period for round number 5, heat number 28 of the men's draw. This will be the final round, the final heat of round 5. We are about 2 minutes away. This is going to pit Lee Harvey from Great Britain against Sebastian Ribeiro, the Brazilian. Should be a great matchup. Powerful rider in Lee Harvey, and an equally speedy, powerful rider in Sebastian. Should be a great one. As we wait for that to to come up, we are going to throw it back down to Uli again, who's with our one of our earlier heat winners, Patri McLaughlin of Hawaii. Uli, I understand you're down there with Patri, and I'd love to hear what Patri's thoughts are after his victory and how the conditions are out there. Uli?
Thanks, Ben. Patri, congratulations. You won your heat against Felipe Ferreira. How are the conditions out there?
It's tough. It's changing constantly. I went out on a 6 and it was really good in the beginning of my heat, and then the wind kind of died off, so it was tough, but I'm happy to win, you know, it's good.
So congratulations for this one. You have any suggestions, any tips for your competitors for the moment?
Try and win your heat.
That's a good one. So yeah, thank you very much. Good luck for you for your next heat, and back to Ben.
Thank you.
All right, as we see the red flag go down, great to hear from Patri McLaughlin out here from Hawaii making the long trip. We are currently in about less than a minute left until the start of the 4th heat of round 5 of the men. Lee Harvey again going to be in the white from the UK versus in the blue Sebastian Ribeiro. Both these guys have been riding great during this event so far. This should be a hotly contested battle. Who do you think has the advantage in this one, Abel?
Well, I would love Lee win the competition because he beat me, and I would love to lose versus the winner of the event. But I would put my money in Sebastian. He's amazing surfer, and I think he had a hard hit yesterday. But I really saw him riding super good, and man, the first day I saw one of the craziest barrels from this guy. He totally crashed the kite when he come out from the tube. The kite was behind him, but he totally forgot about the kite, but he did amazing out there. When he's big, the guy is super stylish. Also competing for a really long time on the tour, and he knows this wave. He been here last year, and I don't know, it will be really hard. Let's see.
As we see green flag go up, we're going to switch to live action out there. Lee Harvey again from the UK in the white, Sebastian Ribeiro in the blue from Brazil. These guys have had the advantage to sit and watch the first few heats of the day, probably feeling a little bit more comfortable with what the conditions are doing. That last heat we saw between Kiahi, De Boides, and Sky Solbach, intense battle. Both of them scoring super high waves out there, as we saw the sets that they were given in their heat, Abel, were the best that we've seen of the day. As we see Sebastian pull into his first scoring wave, initiating that bottom turn, starting scoring. Again, you can see just very fluid, powerful backside riding, very vertical snaps off the top.
He's a very good surfer. I saw him and Pedro in Portugal. They did a great show. Pedro Enriquez was a professional surfer, and we all know that he's amazing surfing. But this guy is also, like, the people who don't know this guy, like, he's pulling crazy aerials on the surfing with no kite, and really, like, top surfer. And I was so impressed when I saw him like riding very big waves, and sure, as soon as these guys that comes from really, like, you can see they come really for surfing, they are surfers, they started to understand, like, the timing with the kites and killing with the kites. Man, I'm so afraid, like, I think will be the time to stop kiting, because these guys will be so good. So good.
I agree, and again, as we look at Lee Harvey here in the foreground, looks like he's pulling in one of the larger ones of the heat so far. Very powerful, fluid. Both these guys are going to be riding backside. As Lee pulls it off, Lee,
he's on fire.
Very strong, powerful rider, not afraid of any lip that he sees coming towards him, goes after it with commitment. Again, that's something that the judges are going to be looking for: the fluidity, the commitment, where they're positioned in the wave, the amount of turns they're getting, for them to try to establish who deserves the highest wave score in these heats. And that should be a pretty decent opening wave for Lee Harvey.
Yeah, it looks like Sebastian is coming with a good one now. They go switch. You can see they go switch to win some upwind on the position on the wave. And then they just switch to the regular natural position to catch the wave, and now it's going. It looks very good. Woo! Wow! To the top.
Looks like the conditions are holding from the last heat. Again, this looks like a good size one. Sebastian trying to get himself into the proper position to start doing exactly that. Oh, going down, Sebastian.
Yeah, they're going for it. They're not afraid.
A committed turn off the top. Not able, as Abel was saying earlier, with that offshore wind pulling you out the back, not able to kill the power in the kite enough to put him back down the face and paying the price, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, here you cannot see because with the cameras and everything, you don't see how shallow is there. Man, when the place where he crashed right now can be the water like the knee side, like 1 meter deep. Not deeper than that. You touch the reef every time you crash. That's really scary.
Right, and it sort of just gives you some perspective of the commitment level these guys are taking, going over the shallow reef, especially as it kind of reforms and goes on the inside in the bigger sets, and really going for it. And these guys, again, first wave scores dropping. These aren't from the most recent waves that we saw, but probably the first couple of the heat. Lee Harvey squeaking out a 0.1 advantage over Sebastian, but I anticipate those to be changing quite dramatically as the second and third wave scores start coming in for these two riders.
Yeah, really tight. 0.1 point is the difference. But you know what is one of the worst things here, that the water is so clean, and you see all the rocks coming out. And it looks so scary when it's big and you go all the way down near the channel. Man, this serious stuff. You can see these guys are going for it. There's like guys like me too yesterday going for these deep barrels, like unbelievable. But I promise you, every time you crash here, if you like put your feet down, you hit the reef badly.
Yeah.
But look now one set that looks very good, huh?
That looks like Sebastian into a good one up high on the reef. You see him trying to pulls it back in. You can see the kite trying to pull him out the back, but a very, very committed floater back on the inside again, hoping that this is going to wall up as it forms and kind of wraps around that reef out towards the judges booth. Nice little floater.
Wow.
He's going to be happy with that one. Lee Harvey out the back looking to answer. Needs a better backup wave score. I'm assuming again that's going to change, but Lee looks like he's into a good one here out the back.
Going for it. This waiting. Because sometimes if you get the other guy, you have to be really careful. There's not much space or movement, and you get really blocked. It's broken in some sections.
Yeah, definitely sectioning. You can see Lee voicing a little bit of frustration there, kind of pumping his fist a bit, not really being able to get in the right place at the right time. The wave not behaving the way he'd like it. As we move under 10 minutes remaining in this heat, you see the conditions in front of you. I hope you've pulled up a chair and are with us for the rest of the afternoon. We have fantastic conditions here at the 2012 One Eye Pro in Mauritius. We'd love to thank our event sponsors, especially the Tourism Board of Mauritius have been such fantastic hosts. North Kiteboarding, the St. Regis Hotel, Monster Energy Drinks, MTEL for letting us set up a remote location. All these cameras you're looking at are all done remotely out from the scaffold where our judges' tower is currently sitting. As you see in this shot here, the green flag's still up. We switch back to live action. Lee Harvey into a good one.
He got a little bit stuck on the top.
Stuck on the top. Could have been a little bit of a gust trying to pull him out the back there.
You know, Sebastian is coming. This looks very good. You have to be very selective with the wave. You can take all the wave you want. There are waves coming all over, but a good wave who opens is very hard. You see, wow, he's going for a flutter. Yeah, was close to it.
He's going floater to body surf. Isn't going to quite. That's not going to be the kind of scoring wave that he's looking for. But again, you can see the commitment level of these guys. Both these guys going for it. Like again, nothing can't hold anything back in this round. Both these guys need to just pull all
wow, that's a big one. He's running for the.
Thinking about pulling in, getting yourself in the right position. Perfect backside hack off the top.
You know, depending the day, you can see Lee is trying, like, depending the tide, depending the swell direction, you have different point breaks where to be, because the first days it was Chameau all the way up, and the second wave it is right in front of the judges' tower. That is where the guys are today. But for example, yesterday, depending in the afternoon when I was kiting, I was all the way down in one eye and finishing in the channel. But today they're a little bit more up. But sometimes there's a set coming all the way down that you can try to get it, but normally close faster. The section of One Eye who goes to the channel is really fast. If you are able to pass some sections that you can really barrel, and it's really scary. It's where the rocks are really coming out. But
as we see Sebastian pulling into a nice wave here, looks like it's going to wall it for him perfectly for those beautiful fluid backside turns off the top. Let's see if it reforms here on the inside for him and gives him something to work with.
Yeah, he's doing very well. He's doing like flow surfing, just passing the sections, open turns to go fast, because the wave is very fast, especially with the offshore wind, and they have to run. This is very hard. You kind of edge like to go back in.
Yeah, fins don't catch air bubbles too well if you're being pulled off the edge there. But Sebastian holding on to a lead here with his highest wave score so far this heat, 6.17, a 5.4 backup, for a 2-wave total of 11.57, up on Lee Harvey, looking at an 8.33, and really needing a solid 6-point score to get himself back into the mix, which, with about 6 minutes or so left in the heat here, should be well within Lee's range. So both these guys, they can't really sit back. They gotta have their eyes open out there, and it'll take just one good wave, which to rocket one of these guys in position to take this heat.
Yeah, just one single wave, you can really make a 7-8 easy, because the conditions are very good. You can see the sections are really fast, but if you are able to get like, okay, that's a new trick.
Looks like he got a little too back foot heavy on that one and just speared his board out the back.
Yes, but
not the wave Lee's going to need to advance through this heat.
No, this was, I think, Lee now has to try to be a little bit more selected, and like he did in my heat, just wait for a good one, a big one, and kill it. We make it like a 6 or 7 points, and then they just put you in a really. He only need how much he needs? Not much, no, a 6 point something. It's,
yeah, 6.57 he needs right now to.
He can make it easy. He can make it easy, but Sebastian is coming in a good one. Let's see if it opens. Sometimes it's not your choice. Like sometimes you have to be lucky if the wave opens.
Yeah.
You can see now the slides. It's very hard to get a good wave, especially when it's a little bit more offshore like today. Yesterday, because the wind was more sideshore, was quite easy to run and pass these sections. With the offshore, you run really close to the wave, and the wind is creating so much pressure in your board and your kite that you go super fast on the wave, and if you do a little mistake, you fly over the lip and you lose the wave, you miss the wave. And well, looks like Lee's coming in. Lee now is trying to catch, like, not being selected. He just tries to catch wherever.
Well, I mean, if you have a feeling you're down in a heat, and again, I think he's going to probably pull off of that one, as it's not going to score for him very well, even if he got it. But with under 5 minutes left in the heat now, you start to get a little bit nervous, and you're not quite at the frantic pace yet, but you can see that coming. So I know for Lee, it looks like he turned on one in there, but that maybe wasn't the wisest decision. As Sebastian just nailing the top of that.
Oh, no hands. That was really fist surfing.
Yeah, it looked like he was actually trying to slow himself down a little bit there. But trying to get that exactly.
So fast the wave. You run. This guy goes very fast. You don't feel how fast you are there, but you are really running to don't get smashed by the white water, and finish the wave. He did it all the way. No hands, free hands in the end. Beautiful. I think this will be a good score.
Yeah, pretty good score for Sebastian coming up. I think, again, as we said, Lee's got with now approaching about 3.5 minutes left in the heat, he is very capable of uncorking that 6.57 that he needs, but running out of time, and again, some of that comes down to whether or not the sets come in when you need them to, and if you're relying on the last 3 minutes, it's possible, but it gets a bit more difficult to be able to pull off a high-scoring wave when you're dealing with just 3 minutes left in the heat. Unfortunately,
as you see, it's very offshore, and man, I just saw the door open. It was so windy out there, because with the offshore wind, like here, you cannot really see or on the screen how windy is there. But the guys are on 5 meters.
Yeah, if we switch actually over and look out at our judges tower, again, it's a little bit overcast today, so you can't quite see, but you can see the white caps out there, the winds blasting. All those guys are freezing out there, I guarantee it. Blowing 35 knots and salt spray. But as you see this picture, with the sunshine out, it would look like you'd be going down a mogul course out there. But definitely windy. Conditions are holding as we switch back to live action. Both these guys winding the heat down. We're into just over 2 minutes left. And as we wait for our most updated scores, it looks like nothing's really changed in the last few minutes. Still requiring Lee Harvey to pull out a mid 6-point score, which isn't impossible, but is definitely getting a bit more difficult with only 2 minutes left. But it looks like we got a set coming in here, and Sebastian's going to take a look at this one. Classic Sebastian Ribeiro style, just super strong, super fluid. Nice little floater back into the critical section.
Another one, keep going. Wow,
another one.
So beautiful. Really stylish, huh?
Yeah,
really
and definitely
nice.
putting his stamp on this heat, I think, and barring a huge one from Lee Harvey, which it looks like he's in a good one here. Let's see.
Yes, nice, beautiful, vertical. In the sections, he's working on the wave. Maybe it's not that good wave like Sebastian's, but he did two good turns. I don't think it's the score he needs to take the lead, but it was a beautiful wave. I think Sebastian's can be like a second. The second score will be higher than he's already 6.3. I think.
Yeah, he increased his lead a little bit now. Lee Harvey needing a 6.7 to put himself up there. Again, though, Lee Harvey's backup score is a 3.8. You know, he's definitely looking to increase that one. But looking at a high 6-point score in the last minute, but we got a set coming in. Looks like both of them are probably going to be able. Sebastian looks like he might have gotten the better wave of this set.
It's very big.
Oh,
one wave.
Oh, he's still there.
He's still there.
Oh,
that's
beautiful.
That was hard work.
Able as you see him let go of the bar there, and
yeah.
he's going Mach 27 down the wave face there.
So windy.
All right, it looks like this might be the last gasp for Lee Harvey. Looks like he's into a good one. Look for him to really go after this one hardcore. Brilliant backside hack off the top there.
Oh, come on, it's closing.
He's a little disappointed that wave didn't wall up the way he wanted, as he knows that was his last wave. So we see the end of the heat there. We will wait on official results, but
it's still on the wave. I don't know if it's on or not.
Yeah, no, it's red flag up. That one's not going to count. Again, the latest scores have Sebastian Ribeiro taking that. He will wait for the final wave score of Lee Harvey, but my guess is that we're gonna have Sebastian Ribeiro advancing from that round, Abel.
Yeah, it looks like the second score for Lee was a 5.07. It was not big enough to catch Sebastian. Like I said in the beginning, Sebastian is really. I saw it in the first days here. I saw it in the first hits. He's running beautiful, and he has such a big style, like surf style, low position, beautiful. Like I really like this Brazilian style. It's really you see the pro surfers surf kiting. You know. Yeah, they know what they are doing, and they know where to be in the wave, how to hit it, and super style.
Well, and that just goes to show that wave knowledge goes a long way in kiteboarding. Kiteboarding as a sport in general is fairly easy to learn compared to a lot of water sports and wind sports in general, and that learning curve is actually pretty quick, but having the wave knowledge is something that takes years and years and years of paddling and being in the water and watching the ocean. So these guys definitely showing that they've spent some time in the water and know exactly where to be, and Sebastian Ribeiro is proof of that in the pudding, probably moving on from that last round. As you see in front of us, red flag up as we transition into the women's section of round 5. But right now I have one more final of the last heat to tell you, which included Kyahi de Aboides, the Australian Ripper, versus Sky Solbach. Unfortunately, we weren't able to bring you that entire heat based on some power outages, but you saw the last third of it or so. Both those guys absolutely ripping it. Kyahi de Aboides winning that with a 16.1 two-wave score over Sky Solbach, the American, with an 11.56. And right now, standing by with Uli down on the interview couch is Kyahi de Aboides. We'd love to hear what he had to think about the conditions down there, and what he thinks about the rest of the competition to follow for the day. Down to you, Uli.
Ben, yeah, Kiai, congratulations. You won your heat. It was not easy to get a good wave, but you scored quite high a few times. So how did you feel out there?
Yeah, it was a bit of fun. The heat started off pretty light, but I got lucky straight off the start of the heat. I got straight into a good set and got a couple good scores early. It made me feel comfortable, and yeah, I just waited for the sets, found some good waves, and was super stoked with how I did.
And what do you expect for the rest of the day? How the wave's gonna develop? What do you think?
Hopefully it doesn't drop off anymore. It's getting a little smaller out there. It's pretty offshore, so let's just hope the sets keep coming in and we can get a good result.
Yeah. We're coming closer to the finals. Your next heat is against Ayrton. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough heat. Ayrton's always going to be a tough competitor. Just hopefully I can find the sets and do well. It should be fun.
So yeah, good luck to you in this one, and I hope to welcome you back on the couch. And back to Ben.
Thank you.
Fantastic, great to hear from Kiahi. Definitely one of the young stars on this tour, and we can't wait to see what he's got left to bring the next round. Those guys, both Kiahi and Sky, I think got the best sets that we've seen so far. Both of their wave scores again. Kiahi with a 16.12 wave score, pretty remarkable. The kid was killing it. All of Australia whipped into a frenzy for this young kid. I'm super excited to see what his career has to bring. Definitely a guy who's trying to put his style out there. He's got a very unique upright style. He's not a tiny kid. He's a big kid. He's powerful, but somehow makes it look so incredibly fluid out there. And really excited to see his progression in the rest of this contest, as well as the rest of his career. Definitely a guy to keep your eyes out for. As you look in front, we're looking at yellow flag. We're under about a little less than 1 minute left to the beginning of women's round number 5, heat number 13 overall, and heat number 1 of women's round 5. This is going to be Mila Ferreira versus Inês Correa, the Brazilian versus the Portuguese, and this is gonna be an interesting matchup. Both of these girls, in my opinion, have fairly similar riding styles, and they're both pretty powerful, and both tend to set themselves up for that larger wave score. Neither of them kind of being happy with sort of sitting in the inside and picking out the easy inside waves, the reforms. Both of them really charging it and waiting for those set waves up high, as you can see here in our live picture. Both girls not shy at all about picking off the larger ones in the set. Again, we're going to be looking at Mila in the blue and Inês in the white. Mila in front of us here, looking to start the tone in this first wave of this women's heat. Getting on this wave face again, trying to get herself in proper position. She started fairly high. It looks like this one's going to blow up on her a little bit, but maybe he's going to have a shot at getting around it. But the riders today haven't had much luck out racing that little foam ball that's come in, partly to do with that offshore wind condition, as you see her kind of ditch her board and live to fight another day. But yesterday we saw, Abel, that you were able to outrace that little closeout section and get around it a lot easier than today. And as we were talking earlier, some of the offshore condition has changed a little bit, but definitely making it more challenging to link those strong turns together.
Yes, it's harder because it makes the wave hold it, and then this breaks faster, you know. And it's more hard to pass the sections. You are more close to the white water all the time, and it's really like it makes a challenge to pass the sections, and especially also because we have I think a little bit low tide in the morning, and even this helps to make the waves faster, and that's why it's so hard to keep running and catching a good wave from the beginning to the end. Yesterday, because we had like a little bit more sideshow, was a little bit more easy, but One Eye is not an easy place. We see Inês hitting. Inês is goofy, is going frontside. First goofy I see like for a long time.
Yeah,
there was a lot of regulars this morning.
It's been lots of backside riding.
So it's really smooth, going beautiful, nice storms.
Again, this is going to be a great opening wave score for Ines. Used to finishing high on the ladder the last year on the KSP Tour. Definitely one of the girls to watch out for, but Mila kind of being a young gun and coming up and surprising some people with their riding style, even though we didn't get to finish in Portugal, but definitely kind of establish yourself as someone to watch here as we get onto the later rounds at the One Eye Pro in Mauritius.
Yeah, Mila and her brother are really good surfers, and they're traveling to Hawaii in the winters. They've been doing this for a few years, and they're young, they are talented, and they have the father supporting a lot. They have I think they have a school in Brazil, in Rio, and they're really into the surfing. The father is working on the surf ESP in Rio. You can see them; they are really good surfers, and they have a big future in this sport because they know how to surf good and they know how to kite good. And Ines also. Ines is so young, is so powerful, and look at her.
Yeah, as we
going for it.
See her with a nice, powerful linking of turns. Judges love to see the fluidity of the movement, putting yourself in the right position. Nice, powerful moves in order to engage that bottom turn and link those strong, powerful turns. Though sometimes it's necessary to outrace that little foam ball, that little closeout section to get around it. It's always nice to see when your wave selection ends up being something that walls up in front of you and you can, without having to outrace any sections, link some nice turns together, as we just saw from Ines Correa there.
Yeah, this is also the wave selection. You can just see when you are coming. Look at Mila now. Nice.
Looks like she picked a good one here.
Yeah. It's like you have to be like looking very from far away, and you can see if the wave is very big in the way down there the channel. It's better don't go because you know they will be close out, and if close, it's very hard to go back. Today it's quite smaller and it's easier, but when it's big, you get all these waves in your face, and it's so hard to pass the white wire here because you are strapless offshore. You cannot jump. The waves are breaking in your face, so powerful, and it's. Look, Ines was trying this one, but it was too small, no score potential. She just decided to get out. And like I said, you have to be very selective with the wave. You can take a lot of waves because with the offshore wind, the upwind is not hard. It's not like in Portugal that you spend 2 or 3 minutes getting in the right position again. Here it's quite easy to go back to the point break, especially today with the offshore. But you can take a lot of waves, but if you want a good score, you need to be selective because not all the waves open, not all the waves have a pocket and a good section to hit.
That's exactly right. As we see Mila on another one here in the blue, again you can see her wave scores on the left hand side. Looks like she's in a good one of the better waves of the set. Looks like this might actually wall up on her, but that wind pulls her out the back. We'll see if Ines can get the tail end of the set. Looks like that might be the third or the fourth set wave. We'll see what she can do with this one on the inside. Looks like it's not breaking on her on the outside and might run away a little bit there on the inside. But
you can see in the scores they're really close, like 6 or 7, 6-0 from Mila, and Ines got a 6.83. It's a really high score for this morning. Wow, nice style in this section, but the waves, as you see, is like not all the time, not all the waves open very well. But yeah, she needs a second score. This can be.
Yes, it's going to be a backup score for her, but with about 9 minutes left in the heat, a little bit more than halfway, as we see, not quite able to pull that one back in. Not quite halfway through this heat, but getting pretty close. Ines is probably going to be looking to increase that second wave score over that one even, although that will get on the board and score well for her. We see that, again, as you said, Abel, both of these girls hitting the sixes is their, sort of their top wave scores of this heat, and that's something to be said for that. Being able to pull out 2 sixes in a heat hasn't been easy pickings for some of even the men's heats today, and for these girls to come out and throw down 3 sixes that early in the heat, again, just kind of goes to show that the matchup between these two girls, they're pulling out all the heavy punches. They're really going after it as much as possible.
Yeah, it's especially these judges are very hard. Huh? They don't give you a high score like for this. Even for me, was a 10. Come on, me too. Yesterday was a 10. Some of the judges, I think, two judges
they gave a 10. Yeah,
but for me, it was a really 10. They're hard. Huh? These guys are really hard. They make our job harder. We see Ines now running. Yeah, it's very offshore. You see, she's close to the wall all the time. She's running, trying to slow down.
Oh my word!
You heard the screens outside. The
Oh
people,
my goodness! You can see just like holding nothing back. Ines Correa doing something that most guys wouldn't even dream of, over a foot of reef on the inside, pulling in, not able to come out of it. But man, you have to admire the guts of going for it. These girls are out to take the title. They will not go home with anything less, and you can see just by this watching this heat, both these girls are after it to take home that trophy at the end of this event.
Yeah, it looks like Ines took the lead with a 7.23. Wow, that's a big score.
Yeah, and I don't think that was that last wave that we saw. Well, it'll be interesting to see how the judges score that one. Had a couple of great turns. Wasn't able to come out of that barrel. I think if she were able to come out of that barrel, it would have been an enormous score.
Yeah. You need to finish the waves. You need to get out. Like if you go into a barrel, whatever, if it's massive, you need to get out. If you go into a massive turn, you need to finish the turn and be inside the wave. And show that you have the control and show that to the judges. You have to try to impress the judges, and to impress the judges, you have to go for it. You go in the sections with the speed, vertical. It's not easy. It's not easy, and they've been here for a long time. It's like guys who were world champions, guys like Felix Pibe lives in Hawaii. Like, man, these guys, they know how the business works. And to impress these guys, you have to.
You have to earn it. You got to earn it. That's for sure. So we see Mila pulling into a nice wave on this set. Let's see what happens here on the inside as she starts initiating. It's in her second turn, trying to link a couple of smooth turns together, hoping it's going to develop into something on the inside. It looks like it may, but might not wall up for her to do too much other than another small turn or two. It looks like she's going to bail out of that one.
Yeah, now she really needs a good score, because 6.7, she needs something bigger than a 7.5, and this will be hard. But if she can do it, she did very good waves, and I know she's able to do it. Especially Ines is a good surfer, and like I told you, if you go for a barrel, if you get like a sick section, vertical turn, I know they are able to do it. Look at Ines, I'm really impressed. 7.25, 23 is really high score.
Oh yeah, and it looks as if she's going to probably need a 7, almost an 8.0 to be able to take this lead over. But man, just based on what we've seen so far, I'm not going to put that out of the range of either of these girls with that giant barrel attempt by Ines, not caring what's going to happen in the outcome as you see her able to pull into that, not come out, but man, just the courage to do that shows, as we were saying, the desire to take home the championship from this event here at the Mauritius One Eye Pro.
And how about the monster girls? Do you talk about this the last days? Man, there are some beautiful girls here giving monster on the beach. Man, I was so scared. That's maybe why I lost. See, you cannot do this, man, to a Spaniard. Don't put these girls giving drinks on the beach.
Yeah, we'd love to thank Monster, one of our sponsors here, for sending a couple of hotties down to the beach, whipping the crowd into a frenzy, distracting my friend Abel Lago here, who is joining me in the booth. Thankful to have him here and his expert inside advice as we see Mila, a nice powerful fluid turn, links another one. Gets back into it. Not sure she's going to be able to come out of that, but yeah, we'd love to thank them. They're keeping us hydrated. They're keeping us amped up on caffeine, and probably doing a few other things to my friend about Lago.
No, I wish. I wish they were looking like, hello guys, hola chicas, but
hey, you brought it up.
I try. I have to try.
You cannot blame me. I'm a Spaniard.
I can't say that. Come on, let's focus on this good heat. It's near the end, so only 3 minutes left, and Mila needs a good score, huh?
Yeah, again, still needs in that 8-point range to be able to overtake Ines. But it's been a great, hotly contested heat so far. Been pretty amazing watching these girls really go after it and give it their all. That's for sure.
Yeah, now Mila comes with a good one, but as you see, it's super hard when you come backside to edge to stay in the section. But now it's going. She got a section, open turn, beautiful. Try to control there, keep running. Wow, it was very hard, very hard. And you see, Ines is all the way down in one eye. This is like near the channel. This is where the water is really shallow, and you can really over there, man. no water.
Yeah, right. No mistake.
They touch the rock sometimes with the fins. Imagine. Just here you see beautiful. You see like a lagoon, the waves breaking. So nice, so beautiful. It's radical. Trust me, it's radical. Especially a day like today when it's a little bit smaller, the wave breaks on top of the rock, on top of the reef. And you have to be really careful with your fins, with your body. You touch I touch it with the knees almost every time I crash.
Instant refresh.
Wow.
As we see, beautiful wave selection here. We'll see if she can link those turns together and come right in front of the judges' booth, trying to get that 8-point score.
Crossing coast.
Oh,
as you see, she's fighting a lot to get the kite back, because with the offshore wing, if you go backhand, like backside, it's so hard to keep the kite in front of you, and because the kite always tends to go up all the time, the offshore is pushing you, it's putting you a lot of pressure, and it's harder. And as we see, for Ines it's a little bit more easy, because you go frontside, you can push harder with your back feet, especially edge better and stay upwind. And I don't say that it is an advantage, but I'm happy to be goofy a day like today. Trust me.
Yeah, right. It seems that the riders today who are riding frontside facing the wave are definitely able to get themselves in a better position. And again, it's a matter of positioning, and it's a matter of selection as well. But it seems that the frontside riders are able to check the power of their kite a little bit more and be able to not rely upon really putting on the brakes as much on that toe side position to be able to get into the right place.
Well, I think this is the last chance for Mila. It's 1 minute left, and she comes with a good one, passing in front of the photographer and going down, open turn. Like, let's see how the waves. Oh, it's very nice, 2 turns.
Good turns.
She needs more. She needs more than that to win. And Ines is coming in the back, but I don't know where she is. Oh, and then she went wild again. She went really for the section in
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Sky Solbach here with Ben Meyer. We did have another power cut here in Mauritius, so we did lose just that little transition time between the 2 women's heats there. So we are back live. We haven't really missed any action. This is the beginning of the final heat of round 5 between Kirsty Jones from the UK in the blue lycra and Christine Boza from Germany in the white lycra. So welcome back once again, and we do apologize. There's been some power outages here on the island of Mauritius, and completely out of our control.
Yeah,
and we're back up and running.
I promise that it's not our inability to plug one plug into the socket. All the hotels on this side didn't have any power either. Some of the riders coming back from their houses said that there was no power there. So we were running around like idiots trying to figure out if somebody, is stumbling around out on the beach and unplugged the big thing that said "Do not unplug." But it seems like it's a bigger of an on and off switch than that.
So as you can see out there on our judges' scaffolding, that green flag is flying, and this is the final heat of round 5 of the women. Kirsty Jones up against Christine Boza, and as you can see there on your screen, Kirsty Jones already dropping a 6 for her first scoring ride. So Christine is going to be playing catch up here, trying to catch Kirsty Jones. But plenty of time remaining in this heat, 11 minutes remaining at this point. So thank you guys for tuning in. This is day 3 of the 2012 KSP 1-Eye Pro. We'd like to thank our sponsors making this event possible, the MTPA, the Mauritius Tourism Board of Mauritius. Obviously, we've got live action here. Kirsty Jones up and riding once again there in the blue lycra. She's hunting for a little cover up there. Not sure if she's going to find it. And just racing down this thing, almost getting clipped. and see if there's anything left of this wave.
Holding on to the rodeo there.
And that was a wild ride there for Kirsty Jones from the UK. Probably not going to get a great score for that one. That thing just blazing down the reef. And Christine Boza right out behind her on the third wave of the set. Let's see if this thing is going to offer her any scoring potential. Of course, we'd also like to thank our sponsors, North Kiteboarding and Ion. Ion, the official tour outfitter of the KSP World Tour 2012. MTEL for providing our internet. The St. Regis Hotel, and of course Monster Energy for keeping us caffeinated and alert here on day 3 of this contest. We've had some great conditions so far. The first day of competition, big, stormy, crazy surf. Yesterday, a little bit smaller, and things were a little bit more under control. And today, just a beautiful day out there. Christine Boza on her backhand here. Let's see if she can answer back. She's already got a 5 on the board, and that is probably not going to be a great backup score for Christine. And Kirsty Jones there, coming in high up top. I think she may have tried to pull in there or something, and came unglued from her board.
Speaking of Christine, that we just saw riding her, what looked like maybe her second scoring wave of the heat. Yesterday she was going switch actually and riding a bit more switch. Today we see her backside. Do you think that's a strategy based on condition, comfortableness? You know, I know her natural is she's her natural regular foot, so that's her backside is her natural stance in this wave direction.
Yeah, I talked to her a little bit last night about it, and I got to watch one of her heats while I was commentating yesterday, and I thought that she looked a little bit timid, you know, just on her forehand, just that not being her natural stance. So, you know, I think just going backhand, although going frontside tends to be a bit easier in this offshore, I think just riding your natural stance is always a good thing. And Kirsty Jones there on her natural stance, facing the wave. 2 nice turns there, just kind of check turns as she knows she needs some speed to get down the line here to race this thing down towards the bottom of the reef. And let's see if she can finish this thing off nicely.
It's going to be a good scoring wave for Kirsty. Again, we're about halfway through this heat, and Kirsty trying to update her backup wave score from a 1.67 to something higher. That for sure should do it. Christine also, both these girls putting up some decent wave scores in the beginning as we see that update. Now Kirsty, I don't think that will be accurate based on the last wave she just took, but again, some pretty hotly contested battle, and both these girls putting up some solid scores.
Yeah, and you know, Kirsty there with that 6, and Christine with a 5. If Christine can back up that 5 with perhaps another mid-range score, she is going to jump into the lead. She's currently needing a 4.34 to overtake the lead from Kirsty. So very tight heat at the moment, and we'll see how this thing develops. Just under 7 minutes remaining. If you're just joining us, this is day 3, and this is the final heat of round 5 of the women here in Mauritius. It's day 3 of the competition. We've been running non-stop from the get-go. The first morning, first day of the waiting period, we got this thing underway. And yesterday we were able to run 20 heats. We ran from 10:30 in the morning to about 5 in the afternoon, and it was just non-stop action. As we see Kirsty Jones there, the little layback. Not much of a wave here, not much size, but she is certainly doing all she can to rip this thing to pieces as it runs away down the reef from her. And Christine sort of staying up high here. Looks like a good looking set here.
One of the better sets we've seen in this heat so far.
I think she sees this thing walling up down the reef. She is going to ride this on her natural stance backhand. See if you can get around
that section. Doesn't look like she's going to do it.
That thing is going to race down the reef, and maybe she can get back onto the open face still and get another turn. But
Kirsty chooses to turn in on that one.
And looks like Kirsty might have a pretty good bit of wall here in front of her to work with.
Ooh, thinking about
maybe trying to pull in there, and these waves just racing full speed. So Kirsty just trying to keep up, trying to get a little head dip, and getting clipped there. Kirsty Jones going
for it, not one to back down from anything. That one getting the best of her, but hopefully she can get back up and out again with about 5 minutes to go in this heat. And hopefully there's enough time for another set like that, because the last few heats that we've been watching Sky have offered some fantastic waves for these girls, and they've not disappointed in the last heat and this heat as well. All 4 girls just really laying it on the line and going after it.
Yeah, and as we get into these later rounds, that's pretty much what it's going to come down to. There's no playing it safe anymore at this point. It is a knockout situation here, so only one winner advances out of these 2 women and men heats.
And speaking of that, we have results of the first women's heat of the day, which was heat number 1 of round 5, heat number 13 overall of the women's draw. In the blue, the Brazilian Mila Ferreira with a 12.07 wave score is taken out by Inês Correia from Portugal with a 14.06 combined wave score. So Inês passing.
A huge score for Inês there, 14.06.
Yeah, both those girls were just going after it. Inês trying to pull into a barrel, showing no fear over the shallow reef here at One Eye. Not quite making it, but showing the commitment that she's willing to take to pull out the title here.
So Christine Bose here opting to go front side here. She's switching things up. She rode a few waves on her backhand, and now riding switch on this one with that offshore wind angle. It makes it a little bit easier to sort of stomp on your heels, and Christine just flying away on that thing. And Kirsty Jones right behind her. Let's see if she can get back onto the open face here, and hopefully not be too close to Christine's kite there. Looks like Christine dragging herself out of the way of Kirsty there. So one thing we've been talking about a lot this morning, and a lot of buzz going around the beach, is the forecast. And we are getting into later rounds here. And we are going to have a 20-minute break following this heat, where our contest directors will reassess the forecast. Welcome back, everyone. We did just have another power outage, so we do apologize for that. Seems to be a little bit of a problem here on Mauritius today. That's our 3rd or 4th power outage already here today. But we did see most of that heat between Kirsty Jones and Christine Bose, and it does look like Kirsty Jones has come out on top in that heat. But we will wait for the final scores to confirm that for sure for you. But we are going to take a 20-minute break now. So this is our 20-minute break that was planned this morning. We heard our head judge and contest director this morning at the riders meeting wanting to get through round 5 of both the men's and the women's, which we now have completed here this morning. And we're going to take a 20-minute break to check the forecast, reassess conditions, and look at that forecast for next weekend. So deciding whether to continue to run today and make it towards the finals, or to hold off and wait for that bigger swell to fill in through next weekend. So we are going to take a little break here, but in the meantime, we do have the winner of the last men's heat. He is standing by, Sebastian Ribeiro, coming up here live with Uli. So take it away, Uli, with Sebastian Ribeiro.
I'm here now with Sebastian. Congratulations, you won your heat against Lee. How were the conditions when you were out?
Yeah, the wind now is so offshore and strong, and I tried with my 7 and the half of the heat. The wind was too much offshore, and maybe with the 5 was better.
Next time.
Yeah.
And we can see you got injured. What happened to you?
Yeah, I don't know. I just saw the board coming so fast, and I tried to take off of me, but the board was faster than me.
And it hit you?
Yeah, and the fins in my nose.
But you're all right now? You feel okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm ready to the next heat.
All right. So your next heat is against your friend Mauricio, Brazilian match. How you go into this one?
Yeah, I don't know. Mauricio is a friend of mine, and I training with him every day in my home spot. So I don't know, we're friends, but the event is the event.
Exactly. So might the best gonna win this heat. Thank you very much. Good luck for you. And yeah, back to Sky and Ben in the box.
We just heard from the last men's heat winner, Sebastian Ribeiro there. Sebastian, little band-aid on his nose there. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but looks like he got a little fin cut in his face or something. But he's no doubt stoked to move on to the next round. And we are taking a 20-minute break at the moment, so you can see our judges out there on the scaffolding taking cover from the wind. And we are going to wait to hear the official call whether we will continue with competition today or whether we will put this competition on hold until what looks like possibly Friday, so about 5 days from now, and wait for that next swell to fill in then.
Yeah, so as Sky said, we are on hold for about 20 minutes. We're going to stay live with you. We're not going to go away. Barring any power outages, which may or may not happen. But it looks as if we're probably going to try to make the next call in about 15 minutes or so. But we'll be back with you as soon as we know more. And we're going to step away, hear a bit from our sponsors, and again, be back with you probably within the next 10 or 15 minutes with the call for the rest of the afternoon. Thanks for joining us. We have been excited and psyched to give you all of the action that we've seen today. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Please let us know on our Facebook chat, and please go through and check all that stuff out, all the rider profiles and the heat draws and heat scores. And
be sure to check out the wrap-up videos of day 1 and day 2. There's some great action there, and we will no doubt have another great action clip up for you on the site tonight after today's action. But again, we are going to step away here. We will hear a little word from our sponsors, and we will be back with you within the next 15 minutes or so with the official call for the rest of the day. Welcome back, everyone, and thanks for bearing with us through that last power outage there. We are back live here from One Eye. This is day 3, currently 1:15 p.m. past the 15 minutes past the hour of 1 p.m. here, local Mauritius time. We just heard from our contest director and head judge that they are going to go ahead and continue to run today. There's still some great waves on offer out there on the reef at One Eye. So they are going to go ahead and run the next 4 men's heats and possibly even run past beyond that into the afternoon. But they will for sure run through those next 4 men's heats and then reassess conditions after that. They don't want to stop this thing quite yet. The forecast is looking really promising for the end of the week to have another big southwesterly pulse of swell. But we don't want to pass up these conditions out here just yet, as there are not only contestable conditions, but in fact really good conditions out there on the reef. As you can see, a few waves just right there in front of our judges tower. So I'm Sky Solbach, and sitting next to me, Ben Meyer. We will be here live with you through the afternoon.
Yeah, and we're excited to keep this day rolling. Again, it's been kind of a shifty wind day, but the waves, as you look actually out on our action cam here, are still rolling in. There's still plenty of waves out there, and you know, you never want to leave waves to find waves. You never want to leave wind to find wind. So you never really want to stop when you have something that's working for you in hopes that something better is going to come. The forecast does look pretty good at the end of the week, but it's 4 or 5 days away. Definitely no guarantee. So as long as the conditions are holding, we're going to try to get this thing moving through at least the next round, which is the men's quarterfinals. We have some great heats in that. Those matchups are going to be great, Sky. I can't wait to see that stuff. Me Too Montero coming up later in the quarterfinals, and
I can't wait to see this first heat coming up at the quarterfinals. It's going to be Guilherme Brandão from Brazil riding on his backhand against Patri McLaughlin from the USA, the island of Maui. Hopefully some Maui fans are tuning in. I know it's the middle of the night in Maui right now, but hopefully his girlfriend Jenna and maybe his dad Rupa are there watching. So
if so, give us a shout on the Facebook chat. And speaking of some of the hot matchups coming up, we are going to play the wrap-up from yesterday's rounds, kind of setting the stage for what we're about to see. So check this out if you didn't get a chance to see it earlier today. Based on some of the technical difficulties, please sit back and enjoy. There's some fantastic footage from yesterday's event, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
Welcome to day 2 of the 2012 KSP One Eye Pro. Beautiful day here in Mauritius, getting underway shortly.
I could go out in the darkness, see you calling my name. I hear you shouting, hear you calling, but it's not the same. Every word that you are throwing right into my back doesn't matter to me, cause I'm keeping my track. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Stop talking, let me go. Our time together always ended up in war. Every whisper made you jealous.
Felipe Ferreira, big backside hack.
See you shouting out for throwing me out. No excuses, but this time it's gonna be the last. Let me go. Let me go.
Oh my word, Me Too Montero, Mach 10 through that barrel.
Today is a little bit more easy because the wind is more side off, so it's a little bit more better, and the wave as well open a little bit more, so it's a little bit more easy to do the barrels and to surf as well on the wave. So today we have nice conditions.
Now I go out in the darkness, smiling back at your face with a nice and cozy feeling after leaving your place. This road will lead me somewhere I don't really know, but it's someone always takes my name somehow. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Stop shouting, let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go.
lot from France here on a nice looking wave, Ben.
Giving a clinic on backside riding today, Sky.
Young South African Luke McGillivray, he's really been on fire up here.
In the darkness, smiling back at your face with a nice and cozy feeling after leaving your place. This road will lead me somewhere I don't really know, but it's somewhere someone always makes my late somehow. Let me go.
Last year's world champ Ayrton caught Salino on one of the last waves of the day. Looks like he's into a good one.
Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go, oh baby, let me go. Let me go, oh baby, let me go. Let me go, oh baby, let me go.
Welcome back. We do have the men's quarterfinals coming up next. It's a huge heat coming up. The first heat on deck will be Patri McLaughlin from Hawaii coming up against the Brazilian Guilherme Brandão. So we are going to step away for just a moment here, and we are going to get this heat underway at 1:30 p.m. local time here in Mauritius, just about 7 minutes away to that first red flag for the men's quarterfinal coming up. Patri McLaughlin and Guilherme Brandão. So we are going to step away for a moment, and we will be back with the start of that men's quarterfinal heat. Welcome back, everyone. We've got the men's quarterfinal coming up next. In this first heat, we're going to have Patri McLaughlin from Maui, Hawaii, coming up against the Brazilian Guilherme Brandão. Guilherme is a past world champion, and he's going to be doing everything he can to give it to Patri in this heat. So, goodness.
What? What was that?
Yes. You know what I mean.
Okay. Yeah, so just to reiterate, my loose-tongued partner sitting next to me.
I think that's the Monster Energy talking, Ben.
I think that's something else talking. The lack of education, perhaps. Anyway, we are looking forward to Patri McLaughlin giving it to Guilherme Brandão here in the next heat. You can see in front of us here the sets are sticking with us. The wind has been good, and we are currently, if I'm seeing correctly, green flagging it. We got a couple of our riders, Kiahi. Well, I was going to say he's checking out the action, but it looks like he's texting with his girlfriend down there.
So we got live action here. It looks like Patri McLaughlin here on his forehand with that opening snap. This is the first wave blowing the tail out there. Just getting warmed up here in this heat. And the green flag is up, and this heat is underway. We're about 30 seconds into this first men's quarterfinal. Guilherme Brandão from Brazil coming up against Patri McLaughlin of Maui, Hawaii. Looks like we got some Patri fans tuning in, and looks like Rupa, his dad there is on the Facebook chat. So hopefully You can check out this whole heat live there, Rupa, and cheer on Patry. And hopefully some Brazilian fans there tuning in as well. We've got Kiahi and Sebastian Ribeiro here checking out the heat as well. And it looks like Patry here stalling for this little perfect barrel for Patry. That is going to be a great score if he can back this up with another nice turn on the inside, Ben.
Trying to outrace the rest of it down there to link another turn or two into the bottom, but starting out this heat, firing, pulling in, coming out. That is exactly what Patry is going to want to throw out there as his opening wave, just barely over a minute into this heat.
That was a super clean tube. He came out perfectly. A lot of the barrels we've seen so far in this competition, the guys have been kind of skirting out under the lip and sort of doggy-dooring it, but he came out perfectly right out the open door of that barrel. Super clean exit. Unfortunately, wasn't able to back it up with a turn, but I think that's still going to be a great score for Patry.
Yeah, he's going to be happy with that. That is for sure. And again, something like that, straight out of the box, getting up on the scoreboard, it sets the tone and for the confidence level that Patry's going to have for the rest of this heat, and really puts the pressure on Gili to you know, of course, depending on whether or not he saw that. But
it looks like we've got live action Gili Brandao there, a big snap on his backhand. Looks like this thing just racing down the reef. So that's some great waves out there. Another high-speed check turn there for Gili under the lip, a third turn. And this thing sort of sectioning off. Let's see if it's going to give him a little bit more to work with here on the inside. He's going to be looking for a pretty good score there following that perfect, clean barrel of Patry McLaughlin's. I can't wait to see scores drop for that. Our judges are going to have their work cut out for him in this heat then.
That is for sure.
So it looks like we've got a score dropping for Gili, a 5-point ride. I'm not sure if maybe,
yeah, it was his first wave. That wasn't any of the last waves that we've seen so far.
And Patry there on a little insider. That's not going to be a great score for Patry there, but looks like not many sets out there at the moment. So Patry just warming up a bit, getting a feel for the rail of his board. And he's going to be searching out the back for another set there, and looks like we've got some bumps on the horizon, and he's going to hook into one of these, Ben.
Yeah, again, Patry kind of choosing to keep that high line and start up higher in. It's sort of been his selection of waves this whole contest. He's tended to start a bit higher on the reef, and man, this looks like a great set here. Looks like Patry McLaughlin up high and Gili Brandao here in the frame, a little bit lower down the reef. So we're going to stick with Gili here on this one. He's going to kick out that thing, kind of walling and a little bit too much west in that set. Let's see if Patry, looks like he may have just come out of a little cover up there. We'll wait to see the scores drop for that. And he races around this thing. A few nice turns here for Patry. Nice steep bit of face hung up there. And Patry going down, keeping his kite in the air. So Patry and Gili just laying it all on the line here in this first men's quarterfinal, day 3 of the 2012 KSP One Eye Pro. Wow. So we'd like to say a huge thank you to our sponsors, the MTPA, North Kiteboarding, Ion Essentials, MTEL for providing our internet, St. Regis Hotel right here on the beach in Lemoorn, and of course Monster Energy. What a great start to the men's quarterfinals. Yeah, these 4 heats are stacked no matter which way you look at them. Pretty much an even distribution, as we were speaking with Christine Buza a bit earlier about goofy footy, as we were talking about her riding choice in her heats, and speaking with her just not too long ago, and it's pretty equally spread between what we'll see as back ride and front side riders for the rest of the contest, which kind of really goes to show that both are pretty well represented, and it takes skill no matter which way you're facing the waves on days like today and yesterday and the conditions we've had. Yeah, and speaking of backside riders, we've got regular footer Gili Brandao. Nice vertical snap there up under the lip. Nice flowing turning maneuvers there from Gili Brandao, the Brazilian. Looks like he's taking a high line, getting some speed around this section. What's this thing going to offer him on the inside here, Ben? Looks like he's trying to outrace it. That's tried to maybe thought he was going to maybe go for a little cover up there, and that
lip just sort of catching him there. And Patry McLaughlin coming in up high here. He's going to answer back to Gili's last wave. Looks like Patry's got a great, smooth, wide open face here. Big turn, dropping in, just catching a little air for his board. Big section falling.
For a second.
And I think Patry's out there barrel hunting.
Yeah.
And not quite finding it there. But there are definitely some great waves out there. We saw Patry with that really clean tube ride at the beginning of this heat.
Waiting for updated scores. I feel like we haven't quite seen what score Patry would have gotten for his little cover-up ride there. It looks like he's here with a 4.33. I'm not certain that's including his most recent score. Gili coming in with a pretty solid score as we see him in the background there, trying to add to his lead, 5.67 and a 5, as we see a nice solid backhand snap there. Just kiting with such great style and power.
Gili grabbing around, trying to go for a little cover up there. That thing is going to kind of pitch down on him. But a great ride there from Gili Brandao. Sticking that little floater there, not an easy task with that offshore wind there on that inside bowl.
That's for sure. Trying to have your fins connect on a little airy foam ball on the top and back down is definitely not the easiest.
So handing up the reef here, Patry McLaughlin.
Looks like he's gonna
kicking out of that one. He's gonna go take a look a little farther up the reef.
Might choose to turn around here, but probably gonna let that one pass and see what the rest of the sets of this heat have to offer. A little past halfway through the heat. Again, waiting for all of the scores to update. I still don't feel like we've seen everything up to its latest yet. And as you see here, the most recent scores for both Gili and Patry have Gili still ahead here with a 10.67 over a 9.2.
So looking at Patry's scores, I believe that 4.87 is for that little barrel he had, if I'm not mistaken. We will wait to see what happens there. But here we go, Patry McLaughlin up and riding here once again. A big opening turn there, staying really deep in this wave. Another nice snap in the pocket. That was a great turn, sort of airdropping back into the pit there. And let's see if he can connect this thing through the inside. Our judges really looking for completed rides, and that is going to be a good score for Patry there. Nice completed ride all the way to the inside there, milking every last little bit of scoring potential out of that wave. So please feel free to type in your comments on the Facebook chat here. Looks like Cruiser Putman from Maui tuning in, watching his local boy Patry. So great to have you, Cruiser, tuning into the webcast. And looks like we've got some Brazilian fans, we've got some U.S. fans. Gustavo Forrester, he was here last year at the KSP 1i Pro, cheering for his boy Gili Brandao from Brazil. So this is a huge heat, the first men's quarterfinal. Just about 5.5 minutes remaining in this heat. This is day 3 of the 2012 Eye Kite Surf Pro.
And again, this is the first of 4 heats we'll have for the men's quarterfinal. Stacked heats that we have going for sure. You don't want to step away for a minute. These next 4 heats are probably going to be the most hotly contested that we've seen all contest long. I know both you and I, Sky, here sitting in the booth, we've been amping for the last 20 minutes, getting ready for these guys. Everyone's had some time on the water and kind of shook out a little bit of the nerves, and now getting way into the quarterfinals, we're looking at some great battles, and can't wait to see what the rest of the day has to bring.
Yeah, and I've really been looking forward to this heat between Gili and Patry. You know, of course, Patry being my teammate and good friend, been riding with Patry a lot, so I'm hoping he gets some really good waves. But Gili Brandao, that was a huge turn, and Patry's going to have his work cut out for him. Not sure if Gili's going to be able to back that turn up with anything else, so don't think that's going to be a huge score for him, but a great opening turn there. And Patry lining this one up. Looks like this thing's got a lot of wall on it. He's going to have to put the pedal to the metal here to get around this next section. First opening turn, big swooping carve there from Patry. And coming around this section, possibly going to look for a little cover up here on the inside. You see the photographer there ducking under that wave. Wave there from Patry, tucking into a nice little barrel, and just skirting out as that lip explodes right behind him. So we'll wait to see scores drop from that last wave of Patry's.
Yeah, and I think actually we're still waiting for a couple of the wave scores to validate. Again, these scores that you see at the bottom of the screen are the most accurate that we have at the time that we have them, but some of the scores aren't exactly correct until some of the waves are exactly validated.
So time is ticking down. You can see that Coast Guard boat out the back. Huge thanks to those guys for being our rescue craft here at One Eye. We've been out there braving the conditions the last few days. Looks like we've still got some great waves pouring in here across the reef at One Eye. And we thought this swell was going to drop off a little quicker than it has, but still continuing to pulse, still very consistent sets as we see Gili Brandau here setting up for yet another great wave here.
Just so fluid and powerful, and you can see why Gili is one of the best guys in the world. Front, whether he's on his backside or his front side. And, not quite able to pull that one through. Oh, but it's just
Patry trying to backdoor that section. Looks like he jumped off at the last second. He realized that thing was going to pinch down on him.
The backdoor slammed shut on his attempt there.
So it looked like a big chandelier just taking him out there. And he's going to hook onto this little insider here, and now he's going to kick out of that one, realizing that that was not going to amount to much. But I'm sure these guys are feeling the pressure at the moment. They know that time is ticking down, just about 2 minutes remaining in this heat. So hopefully they will at least get one more wave each. And we will wait to see these final scores drop for these two competitors. Gili Brandau from Brazil, Patry McLaughlin from Maui, Hawaii.
And again, just to reiterate, I had mentioned a bit earlier, and perhaps was a bit confusing, the scores you are seeing on the screen are accurate. However, sometimes it takes a little while for a few wave scores to completely be validated. So as you're looking down at the bottom of the screen, those are accurate. However, there could possibly be a few waves that are yet to be validated to add it to that overall total score, which may knock out some of the waves that are currently in there as the top two. And we'll have to wait and see, which is why we're always we always never make anything final until we hear the final call from the judges. So it looks like we're about a minute left in this heat. Not sure if another set's going to come in to help these guys get another wave score in. I mean, I'm sure this we can see in front of us. There's a couple of waves that are going to be rideable, but I'm not entirely certain that they're going to be at the high enough level to knock any of their top wave scores out. So we see Gili here in the white. Looks like, yeah, he's pulled out of that one. Looks like Patry could be into perhaps the last good-sized wave that we're going to see of this heat. Now we're at just about 30 seconds left.
Yeah, so just about 20 seconds remaining left at this point. So this is going to be Patry's last scoring ride. Let's see what he can do with this one. The pressure is on for Patry here to pull into a great barrel, and that thing is going to clip him, and he's going to go down. So there could still be time. It looks like time is ticking away, and that is going to do it. The red flag is up for this heat, so we're going to wait for final scores to drop. Looks like some of our judges still validating those scores, so there was a bit of a possibly discrepancy, and they are going to discuss those scores and validate them. So we're going to wait for those final scores to drop. And what a crazy heat. That was so awesome. Started off with a bang. A beautiful barrel of Patry's there. We've got a lot of media crew out there on our towers, you can see, so no doubt that will be in today's wrap-up video.
And for those of you following with us live online who have the screen, have the full page open and not watching full screen. If you do look down underneath where the current heat is running, you can see individual wave scores, and from what I understand, where you see a blank where there should be a score, that perhaps is waiting for a validation from the head judge, which is why we don't want to call it till the very end, because a few of those wave scores could mean something, they could mean nothing, but we'll have to wait and see.
So we're going to wait for those final scores to drop and update as we prepare ourselves for the second men's quarterfinal coming up here shortly. We are currently in transition. That red flag is up, as you can see there on our judges' platform. And what a nail biter that heat was. We are going to take a short break here. We are going to cut down to an interview with the winner of the last women's heat, Inês Correa from Portugal. So cutting down to Uli, take it away with Inês Correa.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Guy. I'm here now with Inês Correa. You won against Miller this heat. How were the conditions at that time?
I'm very happy because Miller is super strong. The conditions are difficult because the wind's so offshore, but the wave is super good. I'm really happy.
Your next heat is against Ninja, the local one. She knows the wave better than no one. How do you prepare for this contest? For this competition?
I don't know, because Ninja for me is the best girl in this condition, and it's so hard for me to prepare. But I hope good conditions for me and for Ninja, and I do my best.
Yeah, so good luck for you for your next heat, and if you want to say something, feel free.
Obrigada a todos pelo apoio. Vamos ver como é que corre o próximo hit. Vai ser difícil, mas obrigada.
All right, thanks, and back to Sky and Ben.
All right, that red flag is still up and flying. You can see we've got a few boats on standby out there as we get now into the later rounds. Those boats ferrying a lot of cameramen and media out to capture these later heats here. The anticipation and excitement is building here on the beach, and we're going to have some great matchups coming up. Next up, we're going to have a huge heat. Mitu Montero from Cabo Verde coming up against Luke McGillivray from South Africa. And while we're in transition period, we are going to catch up on some interviews. We are going to have Kirsty Jones coming up next, an interview with Kirsty Jones. She was the winner of the last heat. So down to you, Uli, with Kirsty Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Guy. I'm here now with Kirsty. You won your last heat against Christine. It looked pretty cool out there. How was it?
Yeah, it was. The wind was really like up and down, really gusty and quite offshore. So it was quite hard, and the wave was closing out a bit. So it was quite hard to go around the section and try to get onto the wave again once it closed out. But I had loads of fun. Hurt my shoulder a bit, but it's okay.
Do you think you got the right size of kite out there?
Yeah, I took a 6 meter Vegas and it was perfect, and it handled, the wind picked up a lot and it handled it fine. So it was fine. I'm really glad.
Yeah, now it's getting pretty close. We're coming closer to the final. What is your expectation? What do you think?
I'm just really happy actually to get this far, because you know the level is really good with a lot of the girls. So I'm actually just super stoked to get this far, and I haven't kite surfed with wind from the left for maybe over a year. So I'm just happy that just going out there, and I'm kind of still figuring it out a little bit as well in my heat and knowing when to start the top turn and everything. So I'm just really happy whatever happens from now on. So it's okay. Obviously I want to win the next heat though.
Yeah, you never know, eh?
You never know.
So good luck for you for your next heat against Jalou, and yeah, hope to see you back on this couch.
Yes, thank you.
And back to Sky and Ben. Thank you.
So coming up next in men's quarterfinal number 2, Mitu Montero from Cabo Verde in the white jersey against Luke McGillivray from South Africa in the blue jersey. And this heat is going to get underway here shortly. Looks like we do have the green flag up. These guys are staging out the back, waiting for those first sets to roll through. So if you're just joining us, this is day 3 of the 2012 KSP One Eye Pro. I'm Sky Solbach, sitting next to my co-commentator here, Ben Meyer.
Good to be with you here as usual, Skylar, and awaiting the action from here in quarterfinal number 2, Me Too versus Luke. This should be a good one. Me Too on fire yesterday, as I'm sure you saw with the wrap-up clip that we had from day number 2, having some of the highest wave point scores that there are, and super excited to see these two pitted against each other. Luke, kind of the underdog, rolling through the rounds, the early rounds, and kind of keeping his momentum going, but runs into a tough task here against Me Too Montero.
Yeah, Me Too's spent a lot of time here at One Eye over the years. I know he comes here pretty much every year at least with his sponsor F1, and yeah, they do a lot of photo shoots down here and stuff. So Me Too, no stranger to the conditions here at One Eye, and it looks like we do perhaps have confirmation.
Let me just double check this one because it's for results from last heat.
So that last heat between Patri McLaughlin and Guilherme Brandão of Brazil, we are going to wait for those scores to update. We don't want to call this just yet, but we're waiting for those scores to come in. So we're going to go ahead and keep you waiting on those scores until we have final confirmation. We don't want to say anything just yet, but a very close heat between the Brazilian Guilherme Brandão and the American from Maui, Hawaii, Patri McLaughlin, and it looks like we do have official word. Patri McLaughlin does take out that heat with a 12.27 heat score total against Guilherme Brandão's 12. So Patri McLaughlin from Hawaii into the next round. Cheering on my boy from Maui, my teammate. I'm really stoked for Patri.
You can see this for that final 2-count wave score there on the screen that we're getting. Patri McLaughlin at 6.17 at 6.1. There's a bit of a discrepancy in the tabulation in the first round, or the first couple of waves there, and as we see, we didn't want to call it, and in the end it looks as if Patri was able to pull that out. Huge win for Patri. Hope everybody in Maui is jumping up and down at this early morning hour. Congratulations to Patri and all the McLaughlin
around the world.
Tough one for Guilherme Brandão, has been riding so spectacular, and it was a hotly contested battle as we see live action.
Here we go. Luke McGillivray just throwing a bit of tail there, getting jiggy with it, and getting loose and sliding those fins out. And here we go on the inside. He's going to kick out of that one. Let's see what Me Too Montero has to say about that. Here we go. Me Too Montero on his backhand. Bottom turn, snapping that thing up under the lip. And really committed surfing there from Me Too. He's been on fire out here. And this is going to be a very exciting heat then.
Yeah, you can see the conditions out there holding, a little sunshine popping through, giving us a bit of reprieve from this cloudy weather. And we are live scoring, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, between Me Too and Luke, just about 3 minutes into this heat. Me Too Montero, the Cape Verdean, in white. In front of us right now we have Luke McGillivray, the South African, who's been on fire, as you can see.
There, right in front of Me Too. Me Too for sure saw that and knows that he's going to have to go answer back with his next wave, and Luke is going to try to back up that turn with a few more here on the inside.
And doing what he's been doing all of the rounds so far, is just really continuing those turns and just laying out really strong and aggressive turns all the way from the top right down to in front of the judges' tower, and that's kind of what he's been banking on this whole time to advance him in heats.
Looks like Me Too thought twice about taking this way, and then boom, big snap off the top. I think he saw that thing was going to close down the line, and he knew he'd probably only get one turn off on that thing, which I think is why he hesitated there at the beginning. But not many set waves out the back, so no harm, no foul.
And as you see, early in this heat, only 4 minutes into it, and not even 4 minutes into it, Luke McGillivray already with 2 7 and 7+ wave scores to put him out in the lead at 14.43. Me Too Montero finds himself in a place that he isn't usually in a heat, behind with two solid scores, but only an 11.83 so far. But I don't expect that to be what it takes to win this heat. I think both of these guys are going to have to post some big, large scores in order to pass on.
Yeah, and still over 11 minutes remaining in this heat. Me2 looks like he's locked into a nice-looking set wave there on the outside. And Me2 is just getting started here. Here we go. Me2 up, riding switch, front side, bottom turn. Nice little setup turn there on his forehand. Another nice hook under the lip. Switching stance underneath the lip. Gonna get around this section and
probably gonna kick out of that one.
He's gonna kick out of that
I think
one.
Luke might be on the one.
Boom! Huge gouging turn there from Luke. And again, right in front of Me2, just a lot of power, throwing buckets out the back.
Yeah, you can see both these guys are in looking for, again, kind of that outside, that far up the reef break to start breaking at just the right angle for them to carry that all the way down. Hopefully, being able to rip off a couple of nice turns and have that bottom or mid section barrel up a little bit for them to peek their head into the blue room there for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and you know, with the tide being the way it is, it's pretty much there's not a real extreme high or low today, so we're not going to see conditions change too much. Hopefully, out there, it looks like for the last hour or so, there's been some really great waves coming through. We saw Patry get a nice tube ride in that last heat with Gili Brandao, so I think the waves are going to continue to pump, and we've got some nice little barrel sections coming through, so hopefully we'll see some more cover-ups later on. So if you're just joining us, this is men's quarterfinal number 2, 9.5 minutes remaining in this heat with Luke McGillivray and Me2 Montero.
As we see both of our riders positioning themselves out the back, looks like the sets are going to be pretty consistent in this heat so far. Again, both riders posting some pretty decent scores in the first third of this heat, rounding into about halfway through here in another minute or so.
Luke McGillivray, nice little snap there in the lip on a small little reeler there, and Me2 Montero kicking out of that wave in the back. Luke McGillivray connecting that thing to the inside. Probably not going to be a huge score for Luke, seeing that he already has that 7.3, 7.43 and 7 locked in. Me2 Montero playing catch up at the moment, looking for a big score to come back in this heat. Here we go, Me2 Montero trying to race across to get back on the open face of this one as we pan over to Luke McGillivray here on the inside. Just sticking with these waves all the way through. Luke is really completing his rides and just fitting in a lot of maneuvers. And we'll see if Me2, looks like Me2 kicked out of that one as it sort of raced off down the reef, and he's back out the back searching for another set wave. So conditions look like they may even be improving here. There was a little bit of talk earlier of possibly calling it off and waiting for better conditions at the end of the week. I think our contest director made a great call, Ben, to continue running this thing, as there's still plenty of sets pulsing in across the reef.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's fantastic as we've seen Me2 pull in one of the bigger ones we've seen in this set. Let's see what he can do with it. He needs to uncork a couple here to start to catch up to Luke, who's got 2 wave scores higher than Me2 as he switches
stance. I love that.
I don't know how that's possible. But definitely going to increase again, you know, doing what it takes to increase his wave score here, going all the way in, trying to get a little air there in front of the judges' tower. It's not going to quite pull that off, but again, trying to increase that backup score he's got right now to 5.5, and it's not going to take much to catch Luke when it comes to Me2's skill level, but those 2 7s are no joke, Sky, and it's going to take a couple of good sets coming in here in the last 6 minutes or so for Me2 to be able to post 2 scores above that 7-point range.
So we've got a few questions coming in here on the Facebook chat. We'll get to that in a minute. Right now, live action. Luke McGillicuddy, big carving turn there on his forehand. Let's see what else he's got in store for us here.
Maybe setting up. No, looked like maybe he was gonna set up for better positioning lower down. Looks like that one's not gonna quite work out the way he wanted it to. Me2 looks like he's into one out the back, hoping to improve on his scores.
So Me2 dropping into this thing, comes off the bottom, big snap on his forehand, and getting some speed there to get around this next section. Little check turn, switching stance. Let's see if he can fire off some more turns on his backhand here, hitting that closeout section and coming unglued in that side offshore breeze. So to get back to some questions coming in on our Facebook here, some people asking about that last heat between Gili Brandao and Patry McLaughlin. Patry coming away with the win. We often can't follow both riders at the same time. Sometimes one of them's at the top of the reef, one's at the bottom. So we're not seeing all of the waves ridden in every one of these heats, and so it could be that we didn't possibly see all of the waves ridden by Patry, but we're also waiting for the scores to be validated from that first barrel, which came in.
As we see Me2 pull in,
trying to pull in.
Oh, almost like comes out.
It looked like he lost his footing and maybe recovered, and then that next section just sort of took him out.
But going for it, knowing he's going to have to put a few scores out there behind in this heat to the young gun from South Africa, Luke McGillicuddy. About 4 minutes left. Me2 is
Me2 up and riding once again. Looks like he's barrel hunting. And see if he can find something to pull into here. And that's not the deal for him. But yeah, going back to that last heat, I think, you know, Patry had a really clean barrel, possibly one of the best twos we've seen of today, possibly the entire event so far. And our judges, I would think, really rewarding Patry's level of commitment there. Again, I'm not a judge, so I can't really say, but it did take them a while to validate that score, as we saw Patry's first and second wave ridden there for a while were blank on our live scoring widget. So that means that some discussion was going on the judges' tower about the score of that wave, and when they finally did get a chance to lock that score in, I think that pushed Patry into the lead. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure after going back and looking at it, that was probably what it was. As we were, the scores were live and they were current. However, because there was a couple of waves that hadn't been validated yet, and I'm pretty sure one of them that hadn't been confirmed was that barrel ride, which ended up being the one that put Patry over the edge for the victory.
Exactly. So here we go, Luke McGillicuddy, nice turn there, bringing that nose all the way around, vertical snap.
See both riders in the frame now. Me2 knowing he's under the gun.
And here we go, panning over to Me2 Montero here.
Whoa.
Big turn there. Our cameraman
switches stance.
Switches his stance.
This is going to be a great wave for Me2.
Another nice solid turn there for Me2, and a great looking wave. That's going to be a huge score.
Definitely one of the bigger ones we've seen of the set. Milking this all the way to the inside. Switching stances yet again. Going down.
Going for a little air in that offshore wind. And Luke McGillicuddy right behind him here. Just under 2 minutes remaining.
Beautiful images we're getting. The waves are looking brilliant. The sunshine is out. What a great day for a contest. What a great couple of competitors in Luke McGillicuddy and Me2 Montero. the South African versus the Cape Verdean. We're waiting for scores to drop from Mitu's last wave. We are about a minute and a half left. And we're going to have to wait and see how this one pans out. It's going to be a close one in the end.
So just a beautiful day here in Mauritius. You can see that sun peeking its head out from behind the clouds, that turquoise blue water, and just a beautiful view there from our judges tower looking out over the reef here in Lemoyne. The waves continue to fire here as we make our way through our third day of solid competition here at One Eye. Yesterday we ran a bunch of heats, 20 heats in total, and looks like time is ticking down in this second men's quarterfinal.
Yeah, again, waiting for all of the waves to validate. Again, doing the best we can to give you as much information as we have here in the booth. And looks as if actually we do have red flag on the score at the score stand of the judges. We're going to switch to that. Yeah, looks like we are red flag, so a couple seconds off with our timing sequencing here. But we'll wait and see what we have for our final validation on that one. And until then, we are going to go down with one of our recent heat winners, Patry McLaughlin of Hawaii. I know he had a lot of fan support online as his heat was going off. Both riders he was up against, Gili Brandao, was a fantastic battle. And I'd love to go down and see what Patry has to say about his heat and how stoked he is to be passing on to the next round and his thoughts for continuing his progress and keeping the momentum going. So let's go down to Patry, down on the beach with Uli. Uli, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Patry, well, you won your last heat. So you're very happy. It was a very close one against your friend Gili. How was it?
Yeah, it was really, really fun. I'm so happy to be sitting here again. Gili's really, really good. He was winning the whole heat, and I think I got a good wave there at the end, and I'm just so happy to be in the semifinals.
Congratulations for this one. The conditions are looking quite good. There were some good waves out there. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, it's really, really good right now. The wind's really good. The waves are really, really good. So much fun. So happy.
We got some sun.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. I'm so happy to be here in semifinals.
So good luck for the semifinal. Yeah. And I hope to welcome you back on the sofa.
Yeah, I hope to sit here again. Thank you so much.
All right, good luck and back to Sky and Ben.
We just heard from a very happy Patry McLaughlin, very stoked to be through to the semifinals. This is going to be Patry's best result, I believe, on the KSP so far. So this is going to be a huge result for Patry regardless. I think now that he's through to the semifinal, that's a guaranteed 4th place at least. He makes it through to the next, makes it through his next heat. That means he is in the final. So Patry making a charge for the final. Some great heats yet to come, and we are in sequence for our next men's heat coming up here shortly. In the next heat, we're going to have 2 Brazilians doing battle. Mauricio Pedreira from Brazil, and well, obviously from Brazil, 2 Brazilians, and Sebastian Ribeiro.
But which one's from Brazil?
I think they're both from Brazil, man. So Mauricio Pedreira in the white jersey coming up against Sebastian Ribeiro in the blue jersey. This is going to be a huge heat. Yeah,
as you can see, we're yellow flag down. We're just about ready for green flag up. Can't wait to get this one underway. This one's going to be an interesting heat. As I was talking yesterday in your heat, Sky, you went up against Mauricio, and both of you guys, bigger guys, stronger riders, able to handle a lot of the strong wind. And again, today is going to be much of the same for Mauricio. Another strong wind day. He's a big, strong guy. And it'll be interesting to watch his heat here against Sebastian and the differences in their style and how they handle the conditions today.
Yeah, and also Sebastian here going for a backhand tube ride and getting clipped there and sort of dropping his kite, and he's going to get his kite back up. And right behind him here, Mauricio Pedreira, a big guy throwing a lot of water. and 2 nice gouging turns there. So Pedrera here riding on his forehand, and Ribeiro riding on his backhand. And here we go. Ribeiro hooked right back in the
same wave, I think.
That wave sort of sectioned off, and Mauricio wasn't able to get around the section, so Sebastian taking advantage and hooking into that thing, and he's going to eject.
He got ejected, I believe.
He got ejected. I'm not sure if that was by choice. But look at that. Just perfect waves reeling down the reef. Great conditions.
We are in quarterfinal number 3, just barely over a minute into quarterfinal number 3 of the men's, pitting 2 Brazilians, Mauricio Pedrera in the white, Sebastian Ribeiro in the blue, and we can, I believe, now confirm the last heat winner, which was Mitu Monteiro versus Luke McGilloway, pitting the Cape Verdean against the South African. And we have an amazing outcome. Luke McGilloway winning that heat over the favorite Mitu Monteiro. Huge upset. Luke 14.43 2-wave total as we're looking at live action again.
I hear some celebrations out there on the beach for Luke, but in the meantime, we do have live action. That was one big turn, and people going crazy out here on the beach celebrating for Luke McGilloway. He is into the semifinals.
Yeah.
And you can hear some horns honking out there in the background, and people getting fired up. But here we go, live action. Sebastian Ribeiro, big backside snap, getting vertical, coming around this thing, taking a high line.
Oh, he wanted to float that one, but just got pummeled out the back. Look at this set coming in.
Mauricio Pedrera just outrunning that thing. He is... actually, I believe that may have been another competitor
warming up
and staging for their next heat. I think that was Ayrton Cozzolino, maybe. I recognize that North Kite. So both these riders out the back there.
Going back to that last heat, a fantastic victory for Luke McGilloway. Mitu Monteiro taking second. He put out the highest wave score of that heat with a 7.5, but that wasn't enough to come back and get Luke.
Here we go, Sebastian Ribeiro on a nice smooth face. Nice flowing bottom turn.
Such style.
And let's see what he has to work with here. Great extension on that top turn. And just finishing off this wave nicely. Let's see if he can hit this closeout section. He is going to head back out. And here we go, Mauricio Pedrera. Big Brazilian doing a big hack and catching his rail there.
A little ground and pound there from the Brazilian.
So we've got great conditions out here. It looks like Mauricio giving his leash a nice little stretch test there.
So coming up on almost 4 minutes gone in this heat. It's been a good one so far. Waiting for those first scores to drop from the first couple minutes. And it looks like we have a couple. Mauricio still out on the judgment, still on the first few of his waves. Sebastian coming out with a solid 4.93 as a first wave. We see him out the back.
Big snap here.
Destroying a lip off that backside turn.
This looks like a really good wave, actually, Ben. Looks like it was kind of a peak, so it's not going to wall up too much, hopefully, and run away from him and allow him to blast off with a few really nice vertical backhand snaps there. We see a photographer out there swimming in the water, capturing images of these guys. And just a picturesque day here in Lemoorn. We'd like to thank our sponsors, the MTPA, North Kiteboarding, Ion Essentials, and MTEL for providing our internet, St. Regis Hotel, beautiful hotel here on the beach in Lemoorn, and Monster Energy. So Ion Essentials, the official tour outfitter of the KSP World Tour 2012. We've been playing some of their ads. Check them out on the web at ionessentials.com. And of course, North Kiteboarding also partnering with us for this event. Check out northkites.com. They're just releasing all of their 2013 products. So be sure to check them out on the web. You can also like our sponsors here on our Facebook page. If you scroll down and to the right hand side of the player, give North Kiteboarding and Ion and MTEL and the MTPA alike on Facebook, and of course the KSP World Tour. We're down there as well, and we appreciate all your support, and thank you for tuning in. This is day 3 of the 2012 KSP 1i Pro. We've got sets stacking up out the back, corduroy to the horizon basically. And it looks like Mauricio Pedrera in prime position to take advantage of this incoming set. Mauricio in that white jersey. We'll wait to see this thing hit the reef, and you see that
bomb in front of it.
Nice big opening turn there from Mauricio on this wave. Bottom turning, another big hack, throwing the tail, getting a little off balance there, and now he's going to have to get busy, Ben. He's going to make it around this section, speeding here through the inside. This thing's
looks
got
like
a
he's
lot
gonna.
of wall on it.
Oh, looks like maybe he was able to dip his head under a little bit there. Didn't quite get covered up, but maybe flirted with the. There, looks like a little bit.
There we go. Nice little head dip there. Didn't get real deep.
But that should still score well for Mauricio and put probably an increase on that 4.6 that he's on the board for right now as we wait again for our scores to update.
Here we go, Sebastian Ribeiro, a little bit higher up the reef, trying to find the ones with not too much wall in them. Great backside snap there, airdropping back into the pocket. Was thinking about taking a high line to try to go through that barrel and just sort of getting out in front of that thing, and that is going to do it for him. That's a one-hit wonder.
So just about halfway through this quarterfinal number 3. We do have 4 heats in this quarterfinal, hence the word quarter, which means 1/4. I'm not sure if you knew that, Sky. But
I'm not real big on math, Ben, but I'll go ahead and trust you on that.
So we are, again, about halfway through this quarterfinal number 3, pitting 2 Brazilians against each other. We've had a fantastic day of conditions so far, seen a lot of different styles, seen some pretty massive upsets, to be honest, with both Mito Antero and Guilherme Brandão going down in the first 2 heats of the quarterfinals today, Sky.
Yeah, both Mito and Guilherme past world champions, so big upsets, but Patrick McLaughlin and Luke McGillivray, both very happy campers at the moment, moving on into the semifinals. So looking at our scores that we are seeing on the board right now, looks like Sebastian Ribeiro currently in the lead with 12.27, just under 7 minutes remaining in this heat, and scores yet to drop for Mauricio Pedrera's last ride.
Both our riders biding their time out the back. Looks like the sets have gone a bit flat for right now, but still plenty of time left. We're at about 6 minutes left in the heat. But you know, now's about the time when you start to get a little nervous if you know you're a bit behind and perhaps haven't put as many out there as you should have. As we see an update here, Mauricio Pedrera is 6.17, putting him much closer than to Sebastian Ribeiro. Again, Mauricio needing, I believe, about a 6.1, 6.11 to overtake the lead, which is basically just means he has to redo the same wave that he had that 6.17. We see him out the back right now trying to get that wave right here, Sky, but I'm not sure that's going to connect on the inside enough.
Yeah, this wave kind of broken into 2 sections there. We saw Mauricio on the bigger lump up top there, but that was just kind of one little peak. And Sebastian Ribeiro taking a little leftover down the reef there. That's probably not going to factor into either one of these riders' scores. So they're going to make their way back out and look for something with a little more scoring potential. We've seen sets pulsing throughout the entire day here. And looks like conditions pretty much the cleanest we've seen of this event so far. Some really great waves out there. And we are going to get through this quarterfinal round, so we'll have one more heat coming up after this. And I believe our contest directors will then reassess the forecast and the current conditions out here and make a judgment call whether to continue running today or to hold off for the next swell at the end of the week then.
Yeah, we won't know. Again, we have a bit of time left between now and then. Just about 4 minutes left in this heat, and it looks like there might be a little set coming through out there. For sure there should be a time for at least one more solid set to come through and really give both of these guys another chance to make it happen as we see updated scores. Now as Mauricio needs about a 6.28 to retake the lead from Sebastian Ribeiro, and definitely within his capability. It's going to be more about wave selection and what the sets have to offer for the remaining 4 minutes of this heat.
A little bit of a lull in the sets here, but looks like a nice little wave here coming through. Not a really good sized set, but looks like this thing's got some great shape. Snapping that one up and
not quite able to hold on to it.
Not quite able to dig his toenails.
Sebastian maybe with the better wave selection definitely gets the bigger wave of this set, trying to put his stamp on this heat and slam the door shut on Mauricio being able to come back in the last 3 minutes.
So
I don't know if that's going to do it. Still leaves the door open a crack. The last nail in the coffin hasn't been sunk yet. You know what I'm saying, Sky?
Yeah, I mean, Sebastian really needs to put a stamp on this thing and find a really good backup for that 6.67 if he wants to make sure that he's going to not leave the door too wide open for Mauricio Pedrera to get another high-scoring ride. Pedrera is chasing a 6.28, so well within his capability in these conditions out here at the moment. And Sebastian in pretty much prime position to take whatever wave he wants, so he's sort of able to stay up high and cover Pedrera for the moment. And I'm not sure if he's going to take this one. Looks like he's taking a little look at it. So waiting to see what this thing is going to do. His three, he is going to drop in. Here we go. Sebastian Ribeiro, nice first turn there. Another carving backside snap there. And he's going to pull this thing through the inside. See if he can float this section, floating it, and that offshore breeze pulling him out the back. And now Pedrera is in prime position to catch the next set wave. Time is ticking down. And we will wait to see if Pedrera can answer back with one final scoring ride. So just over a minute remaining in this heat. The green flag is still up. Hopefully we'll get one last set. It looks like at the moment
Sebastian increasing his lead with two identical wave scores. Now at a two-wave 13.34. Now Mauricio needing a 7.34 wave, and this might be his last chance. Racing, he sees something downwind, racing to get there.
Not able to make it around that section. And I think Sebastian was farther down that wave, and perhaps Pedrera is going to play a bit of priority there to get around that section.
But he needs to, he's got about 30 seconds. Looks like there's a couple of waves coming in, so this one might be his last chance. Needing a big score, needing the biggest score so far of this heat to overtake the lead from Sebastian Ribeiro. Both Brazilians going after it. It's a heavyweight match between these two guys. Obviously countrymen, want to see each other do well, great friends, but nothing but competitors on the water as we see what's probably Mauricio's last chance.
And he's going to have to initiate his first bottom turn and top turn before that red flag comes up, so this is going to be a scoring last ride for Mauricio. The red flag just came up, and Mauricio is going to have one last scoring ride here, so he's going to have to do something huge, chasing a 7.34. I don't think this wave is going to offer him the opportunity to get that kind of score.
But really, he's doing pretty much everything he can with it all the way down to the end.
And that is probably not going to do it for Pajera, so it looks like tentatively Ribeiro moving through to the semifinals here on day 3. So while we have a little break in the action and we get ready for the final quarter final of the men's, we are going to cut down to an interview with a very happy Luke McGillivray from South Africa. So we're going to cut down to Uli standing by with Luke McGillivray.
All right, thanks guys. Yeah, I have a very happy winner next to me, Luke. You won your heat against me too. How does that feel?
It's a childhood dream come true. I was really happy with it. I came back to the beach, I was so happy just with the waves in my heat. I didn't think I won it. I was just happy that I got to compete against him, and then everyone was telling me I won. I was just like, so amazing.
Did you know when you were outside that you had a very good run, or was totally unexpected for you?
No, I was riding, I felt like I had a good run, but I mean, going against Mintu, you never know. Your best run could be your worst run against Mintu, so I was really happy.
And the condition, do you think it was the condition you got good waves, or, I mean, you just started very good from the beginning?
Yeah, it turned a little bit more offshore, so for me to try and switch between his backhand and his front hand, it wasn't so good for his backhand. And for me being goofy, it was just perfect. I could just release off the bottom, hold on the bottom, and release off the top. It was amazing.
Great. So, yeah, semi-finals against Petri. We're looking forward to this one. Going to be an exciting one as well. What do you think about that heat?
It's going to be exciting because I've seen Petri ride and he goes all the way. So I'm really excited to see how he's going to do and how I do in the end.
Yeah. We all are excited to see this heat, and good luck to you. Yeah, now it's getting excited. We're coming closer to the finals. Good luck for you, and back to Sky and Ben.
Thank you.
Final quarterfinal heat number 4 here coming up shortly. This is going to be a nail biter. Kiahi de Avoidis from Australia against last year's world champion Ayrton Cozzolino from Italy. This is probably the most looked forward to heat perhaps of the entire event so far. This is going to be a crazy one. Ayrton Cozzolino, the winner out here last year, knows this break really well. He's going to be riding facing the wave. He's a goofy footer, and Kiahi de Avoidis on his backhand out here. Can't wait to get this thing going.
Yeah, and this is going to be the last of such a fantastic quarterfinals matchups that we've seen that hasn't failed to disappoint us whatsoever. We saw an interview just with Luke McGillivray, super excited about passing his last heat. Again, a huge upset, knocking out someone who we thought perhaps would go far in this event, just like Patrick McLaughlin knocking out Mitu Montero. I can't wait for this last heat of the quarterfinals, Sky.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. I can't wait. So we have some questions here coming in on our Facebook chat. Feel free to type some questions here. Sarah's asking what the best board for Mauritius is, a North Contact or the new North Pro Series. We've seen the Pro Series ad playing between some of the breaks. And yeah, I mean, both of those boards work really well out here. I've been riding the Pro Series. We saw Patri, he's in love with that new 511, and he was, I think, planning on using the Contact, which normally is better. It's designed for bigger waves, going really fast, but the smooth conditions out here at One Eye allow you to ride pretty much anything. And the Pro Series having a lot of rocker, I think, really fits into the really tight pockets and the really steep waves we're seeing out here. So I believe that Ayrton is going to be riding the Contact coming up in this next heat, and Patri is going to stick with that 511 Pro Series. So both those boards work out here, but just a little bit different feeling. The rounded pintail on the Contact is really good for handling speed and pushing a lot of water, and the Pro Series is a bit more maneuverable. So huge thanks to North Kiteboarding for partnering with us for this event. Hopefully some of the guys at the office in Munich are watching this next heat with our team rider Ayrton Cozzolino. He's going to be on fire and ready to do battle with Kiahi de Avoidis from Australia.
It's going to be a hot heat. We are now currently in green flag. The heat is on the street, as that 80s song goes. That's exactly what I was referring to, my friend and compatriot Sky Solbach.
So Kiahi de Avoidis, green flag is up, dropping in. Let's see what he's got for us, Ben.
Yeah, Kiahi really wants to get on the board. He actually has his strategy so far has been a pretty, as he goes down there, trying to hold on to that top turn. He's taken quite a few waves actually in his heat so far. His quantities have been pretty high, but he seems not to have been sacrificing too much quality, even for the amount of waves that he's catching. And Ayrton is kind of the same. They both take a lot of waves, but seem to make almost every pitch of every wave work for them. And it's very rare that you find either of these guys sort of out of their element, no matter what the conditions are for that day.
So Ayrton having a little look at this one, and he is pumping to get speed. Big hack there, riding that north contact, and coming around this thing, not going to find any more clean face, and Kiahi hooking into
right
one
behind him. A little bit more in the middle section, perhaps a good strategy. Setting up for just some big, strong, powerful backside top turns.
Lacing into that last turn there, and now racing through this end bowl section.
About 112 kilometers per hour.
And now another big turn on the inside. And some of these waves with a little more west in them tend to really wall up here. And
trying to link that down all the way in front of the judges' tower. It was a long, long wave, that is for sure.
Ayrton on a little insider here. Not much of a wave here, but it's going to go for and that's going to take him out the back. Just angling his board to the wind there and flying. A nice little flying kung fu kick out there from Ayrton. Hooking around onto this next one. These guys do have a maximum wave score, a maximum wave count of 15. So don't want to ride too many waves too quickly. So these riders do still have to be selective. You can catch a lot of waves when you're kiting. But Ayrton now covering Kiahi, and he's going to have his choice first pick at whatever sets roll through here.
Yeah, just over 3 minutes gone. We should have plenty of time for a couple of good-sized sets to come in, and it looks like there might be one here with Ayrton coming. Seems to be the middle wave of that set.
So Ayrton Kozolina here dropping in first turn, throwing buckets out the back of that thing. Gonna race around this section so you can get back onto the cleaning face.
Kiahi's right behind him, not to be outdone.
Another big hack there, blowing the fins out the back.
Oh my word, as you see Kiahi in the background.
Kiahi with a huge turn there. Our judges are going to have their work cut out for him. Ayrton pulling into a little cover up there on the inside. We're going to go back to Kiahi. And Kiahi just going to town on this thing.
Flirting with the lip there.
Another big backhand.
Back into it.
That is going to be a huge score for Kiahi. I'm going to go ahead and claim it.
Another little floater.
And just putting his final stamp on that thing. Little victory lap there at the end. He knows that was a great wave.
Wow. Both those waves, both those guys happening simultaneously, as we were saying before. Sometimes it's pretty difficult to catch it with our camera angles, as well as our judges having to keep their eyes on both competitors at once.
See our rescue craft there zooming through the lineup.
See some updated scores here. Kiahi de Avoidis, a 6 and a 3.6. However, I'm pretty sure that last wave is going to knock out, if not that top score, for sure that backup score. And I would be surprised if it wasn't the same there for Ayrton.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really great exchange there from both of those riders. Ayrton getting that little cover up on the inside. Looks like Ayrton hooking into what could be the biggest wave so far of this set. Laying into his first bottom turn. Boom. Big hack. And this thing
grinding
nice and slow. He's able to get around this section cleanly. Nice little bit of wall here for Ayrton to work with. Boom, just throwing.
Again,
so
Kyahi
much
right
spread.
behind him. Ayrton in front, Kyahi in the back.
This is
action-packed. This heat has been like this since it began.
Foam climb there from Kyahi out the back.
Look at that front and the forehand.
Another big vertical snap under the lip. And, geez, I'd hate to be a judge right now, Ben.
One to the next as Kyahi goes down and body surfs that one a bit in. But it seems as though, to be honest, Guy, that that Kyahi, whether by choice or by being covered a bit by Ayrton, is choosing that sort of third or fourth wave in the set. And they've been a little bit bigger in size, as we see Ayrton in front of us here just lacing into a top turn. And then trying to connect that one down below here.
Boom, big. You just see the power of Ayrton there, doing a little reverse there.
And you got the little lip hit there.
He's just so fast and so powerful.
But it's been interesting to see how the judges look at these scores, because it's, number one, going to be really hard to pick a winner in this bout. But the size advantage, I'd say, is probably gone to Kyahi so far, and picking out sort of that third or fourth wave in the set. So it'd be interesting to see how the judges score this and how both of their strategies play out as we see Ayrton
on kind of a mid-sized wave here. That was a really good first turn. That's probably not going to be a huge score for Ayrton, but I can't wait to see those scores drop from that last exchange.
Whoa. There's, we see Kyahi about an 8.17 posting with a 6 backup. That is going to be hard to catch by Ayrton, but if there can be anyone who can catch Kyahi, it's going to be Ayrton. Still waiting probably for Ayrton's last score to drop, that last great wave that we saw as we see him in the foreground. Loop hooking into another wave here on the inside.
Boom, big powerful hack there, catching his nose on that bit of chop. You can just see the power and the torque that Ayrton puts into his turns. He's riding that 511 contact, which is
oh, there you go, that's what I was waiting for, the 8.67. Ayrton's score coming through, putting him in position that if he can get a good backup wave, putting the pressure on Kyahi, that is for sure. This is living up to all the billing as we see Kyahi on a good sized wave out the
look
back.
At these waves, Ben. It is absolutely firing. Not the biggest waves we've seen, but very clean, perfect. Kyahi lining this one up. See if he can, nice little foam climb there.
Not going to pull
catching the nose there and going down, so that's probably not going to factor into his highest scores. But Ayrton Kozlino now only needing a 5.5 to back up that 8.67 to rocket him into the lead.
Yeah, and if I was Kyahi, I would be looking for that next to even increase my 6-point score, because no lead is safe when you have Ayrton Kozlino tracking you down.
And speaking of Ayrton tracking you down, I'm sure Kyahi does not like the look of Ayrton dropping in on this thing. Look at this wave. Great shape on this thing. Boom! Big first turn there. Just laying that thing out and laying that board on rail.
Ayrton knowing he needs to uncork a big one to put himself in the lead, and he's doing everything he can here to make that happen. Look at that thing just explode on the reef. Kyahi de Aboides increasing his wave score, his lead up with another wave score there coming in at 6.77.
He was taking a look at that thing. Ayrton said, "You don't want it? I'm going to take it."
Oh,
right into this thing.
Perhaps better positioned actually to come in with a little bit further downwind. And he's going to pull it out. That probably wasn't going to score high, but it definitely had the opportunity.
So, just to let you guys know, we do have a 5-judge judging panel out there on our judges' scaffolding. So 5 judges judging these 2 riders in the heat. The highest and lowest scores get dropped. The 3 remaining scores get averaged, and that is the average heat score, or the average wave score for each one of these rides.
And we are under now 5 minutes left in this heat. We are in heat number 4 of the men's quarterfinals. We are going to run through the rest of this heat for the day. the rest of this heat for this time, and then I believe reassess the situation for a little bit afterwards, and talk to our head judge and contest director to see if we're going to continue on for the day. But for the moment, we are in a hotly contested battle between Kiahi de Abuelas and Ayrton Cozzolino.
Blasting the fins out the back on that first turn.
There has been, oh my god,
another big snap. Kiahi's,
that was just disgusting.
This is Kiahi's second heat out here today, and looks like he's nice and warmed up. Ayrton hitting that closeout section.
He's gonna get out of that.
That's only gonna be one turn. But, just under 4 minutes remaining. Kiahi's going to cook onto this lump down in front of the judge's tower. Racing, he sees something on the line. He's going to try to get around this section and see what this thing will offer up. And maybe not quite panning out as he was hoping. Maybe going to try to pull in down here, setting up, and he's not going to be able to pull into this thing by the looks of it. And he's now way down there on the end bowl. Going to get one turn and kick out of that thing. Ayrton Cozzolino on a frothy one here. One nice turn and kicking up the back of that one.
It's a mouthful of mush burger on that one.
That was a mouthful of foam for Ayrton Cozzolino.
Man, talk about we've had about 30 seconds total in this heat of as scores are posting. You see a new leader in this heat, Ayrton Cozzolino. Following up is 8.67 with a 7.6 to go into the lead. 16.27 two-wave score, 14.94 two-wave score for Kiahi. Unbelievable battle, one knockout punch after the other. It almost seems like it's going to be the last guy on the biggest wave is going to take this event, this heat sky.
Yeah, this thing is coming down to the wire here. Kiahi is chasing a big score here, an 8.11. Not out of his reach, especially with the conditions on offer out there at the moment. So Kiahi de Abuelas is chasing a big score in the dying minutes of this heat. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. And,
unbelievable.
This has been a crazy heat. There's been pretty much no time at all that these riders haven't been on a wave.
This is perhaps the longest segment we've had of being able to catch our breath here in the booth. Looks like Ayrton's gonna check out the first wave in the set. I don't know if it's gonna turn into anything usable for him. It's gonna be pretty hard for Ayrton to top an 8.67 and a 7.6. Kiahi definitely having his work cut out for him with only about a minute and a half left in the heat here, chasing a 8.11 to take over the lead. And man, you better hope we see some.
Ayrton, I think he's going to line this thing up for an air, and let's see if he can land back on the face. That's unbelievable, this offshore wind. And, he's got some good scores on the board. Big turn there from Ayrton, and you can see he's pretty fired up. And that's probably
I'm not sure he's human.
What planet is this guy from? So that's probably not going to be a huge score there for Ayrton.
I don't care. It was insane.
Exactly.
Under 1 minute left. Kiahi de Abuelas looking for an 8.11, trying to chase down Ayrton.
And we just got word. Official word that we are going to go into the next round of women's. So we're going to keep this thing running. Conditions are holding strong here, and we don't want to call this thing off just yet. So just getting official word from our tower that we're going to go into the semifinals of the ladies, and that's about as far as I've heard official confirmation yet. But it depending on how these conditions develop, possibly even go into the semifinals of the men, but for now, definitely going into the semifinals of the ladies following this last quarterfinal.
Looks like last wave probably of the heat for Kiahi.
Chasing a huge score.
Not sure this is going to have the size he's going to need to be able to do it.
And it looks like the red flag just came up.
So that's going to count, but it's going to be... And Ayrton looks like perhaps he may have made it.
One final wave, boosting a huge strapless air.
Oh.
Just having...
You got a UFO flying through the air in the background there.
Looks like the Predator.
But waiting official results here. But based on what we saw, I would be surprised if it doesn't hold the way we see it here with Ayrton Cozzolino advancing on through quarterfinal number 4. But man, what a heat, Sky! Probably the best that we've seen so far today. Wave after wave after wave after wave of amazing skill by both of these riders.
Yeah,
I didn't want it to end. I'm sure it's a tough. I'm still waiting official word, but whoever comes out the victor, whoever comes out the loser, man, no need to hang your head after a heat like that.
Yeah, for sure. Both those guys were on fire. That looked like a final to me. I can't wait to see, as we get into the semifinals and finals, how this action is going to ramp up. Makes me wish I was still out there riding with these guys. And when you have conditions like this, it's even more so than winning the contest. It's just the opportunity to continue advancing through your heats and riding out there with only one other rider.
So as Sky said, we heard official word with from the contest director. We are going to move straight into, we're at red flag, we're in sequence, we're moving straight into the women. We're going to step away for 1 minute in our sequencing, and we'll be back with you with the next women's heats.
Just saw an amazing matchup there between Ayrton Cozzolino and Chiaki de Aboitis. Still waiting for the final confirmation, but it looks as though Ayrton Cozzolino, riding for North Kiteboarding from Italy, advancing on to the semifinals. So we'll wait to hear official word from that. The red flag is now up. We're going to go straight into the semifinals of the ladies. But we do have the winner of that last men's quarterfinal. Quarterfinal number 3, Sebastian Ribeiro, standing by with Uli. We're going to cut down to Sebastian Ribeiro.
All right, Sebastian, you had a very good go with Mauricio. You won this heat. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How are your emotions now? How do you feel now?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just so happy. This is the more far that I go in the KSP, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, you reached the semi-finals now. That's cool, pretty cool. Are you stoked?
Yeah, I'm really stoked. The wave is good, the wind's pretty good. I went with my 5, you know. Remember I said to you?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I want to go with my 5. So I went there with my 5. It's so perfect. I killed the kiting, you know, and I surf the real surf. I tried, so I'm really stoked. Yeah, it's really fun. The wave's good.
Cool. Yeah. Now we are coming closer to the finals. Good luck for you. How do you feel about this? What do you think?
Oh, I don't think nothing. I just
just go out there.
Yeah, just go out there. Just concentrate and go.
And what is with your nose? Are you alright now, or you still feel it?
Yeah, I lose the little thing here in the first wave, but I'm fine. Just a little cut. It's okay.
All right. So good luck for you, and hope to see you back here on the sofa, and yeah, for the semi-final, and back to Sky and Ben. Bye bye.
All right, we are back live with you for the first heat of the women's semifinals. Heat number 15 total today. I'm sorry, not today. Heat number 15 of the women's draw. In blue, we have Yalu Lundgren. In white, Kirsty Jones here in front of you, pulling into her first wave of this heat, hoping to score early and big to put herself in position for this heat, Sky.
Jeez, the waves look so fun out there right now. It looks so smooth, and these waves just so consistent at the moment. And Kirsty on a nice long ride, this thing just screaming down the reef. Almost not even able to fit too many turns in there. That thing just going Mach 10. But that's going to be a good opener for Kirsty. And out the back, Yalu Lundgren from the Netherlands in the blue jersey here. Let's see what she can do on this thing. Not much of a wave here. Shaping up for
foam up on her a bit in the inside here.
So she is able to blast a few turns off on this thing, hitting that closeout and trying to float that section. So
just barely over a minute into this heat, both girls seem like they're on the board with some scores as we see another set rolling in here right in front of them. I'd have to give the edge to Kirsty on that first wave, but again, it's really early. Yalu's been riding very solid through this whole event so far. I actually don't know if Yalu's even lost a heat yet. I think she might have.
Yeah, she had a. I know she had a really close heat yesterday. I think she won by 0.01,
something like that,
or something ridiculous. It came right down to the wire, and she's just squeaking through that heat. She's been riding really, really well over the past 3 days, and this is going to be a very close heat here. These girls both very evenly matched, both riding on their forehand. Kirsty Jones riding that North Kite, and she is going to drop in on this thing. And not too much to work with here for Kirsty. And going down, just kind of mistiming that one.
As you can see, in the wrong place at the right times, we switch back to Yalu on the outside. Looked like maybe this might be one of the bigger ones of the set. Position perhaps a bit better down towards the middle to really get that meaty section of this wave, trying to outrace this section. Not sure she's going to get herself back into position.
This thing
sitting on it, reeling away. Maybe.
And here we go. Maybe squeak in one more turn here at the end, just trying to hook that one up under the lip. Pretty much just
it's not gonna
trying to get around this thing, racing away from her, and that is not going to do much
pull
for
the
her.
ripcord on that one.
So hopefully some fans from the Netherlands tuning into this live webcast. There's a huge kite community in the Netherlands. I'm sure her family and friends are online watching. Feel free to type a little something into the Facebook chat there. For both of these girls, this is women's semifinal number 1, 11 minutes remaining in this heat. Still waiting for the first scores to be confirmed. Looks like we do have Kirsty Jones with a narrow lead here, 5.83 against Yalu's 5.17. So this is day 3 of the 2012 KSP1 Eye Pro, brought to you by MTPA, North Kiteboarding, Ion Essentials, MTEL, St. Regis, and Monster Energy. So here we go, Yalu Lundgren laying into this one. Let's see what she's got here for us, Ben. Looks like this
Look at
one.
the texture on that wave. It just looks like it's nice and smooth, even though the wind speed out there is definitely strong. Yalu trying to get herself in the right place at the right time. The nice little turn off the top there. Again, trying to race around the section, trying to get another couple turns out of this wave. And that's the risk that you run. A lot of times taking that middle section is sometimes you might get that perfect looking one single turn, but it kind of runs away with you if you don't time those sections correctly. And it seems like the waves that have been caught a bit higher in the contest area, if they last all the way down into the middle of the zone, the riders are able to link 5 or 6 turns together to go right in front of the judges' tower, and it's just been kind of a guessing game for what the strategies are for these riders, as to start high or to start in the middle or do a little of both to try to increase your chances of getting linking that many turns and potentially setting yourself up to backdoor a little section of barrel.
Yeah, it's you know, you're kind of out the back there searching for set waves, and with so many sets coming in as they are, you know, you kind of have to sometimes bypass some of the bigger sets that are perhaps walling up and going to run all the way down the reef and try to, you know, it's really hard when you're out there in your heat and you see a 4-foot set roll in. It's really hard to not turn around and take it, but you do have to be really selective, because 15 minutes goes by pretty quickly, and you can take a few of those, and before you know it, you're looking at 5 minutes left on the clock and still trying to play catch up. So it seems to me like the ones up higher, you know, that don't have so much wall on them, are sort of staying more open and offering more room for placing more turns and more scoring potential.
You see in front of us a little bit of corduroy out there. Looks like a couple of these might turn into something. We got both girls on the same wave here. It's going to be interesting to see.
So this is going to be a little bit of a priority situation here. It looks like Kirsty Jones is going to back out of that one. She was deeper. We didn't really see, at least I wasn't watching who turned around first on that wave, but Kirsty handing that one to Yalu, perhaps going to find something better. Yalu's looking like she's got a good-looking wave here. Already 2 good turns on this thing.
Whoa, and puts herself right under the lip on that turn. Nice linking. That's 4 solid turns. Look like she's going to go for one more. And Kirsty
kind of getting caught behind that one.
We missed the first part of it. I think she might have had a few good turns before it got to that point, but opting to go for the second wave of that set instead of the first, and Yalu maybe getting the best of that exchange. So interesting strategy by both girls, and Kirsty, who may have had priority on that one. We weren't quite sure, but opting to go for the next one in that set.
Yeah, we haven't really seen any priority situations here come into play, but basically the rule, as our head judge Brad Price has explained it to the riders, is the first rider to turn around on a set wave has priority. If both riders turn around on the wave at the same time, the rider closest to the peak, so deeper in the wave and farther upwind, has priority. So I'm not sure quite who turned around on that one first, but perhaps Yalu, as Kirsty gave her the green light to take that one. So Kirsty Jones here up in prime position, up pretty high in the top of the reef. Looks like she's got a good little wave to work with here.
She's going to have to hustle around this section if she wants to get another couple turns. It looks like it's going to open up a little bit, but drop in size. As Yalu started in the middle of that one, missed the first part of it. Not sure if she was able to get a few turns in there before it just closed out and ran away from her.
So it's about 6 minutes remaining. Yalu Langere currently in the lead with some pretty big, impressive scores. An 8-point ride, factoring into her score, an 8 and a 6.6.
So Kirsty, to come back from this one, needs to increase probably both of her wave scores. That 5.83 is not going to cut it with just about 2/3 of our way through this heat, if my math's correct there, Sky.
Well, I wouldn't trust your dodgy math there, Ben, but I would trust that we do have time ticking down in this heat.
That was an observation worthy of pointing out. So time is ticking down. Let me just make sure I have this correct. Time is ticking down in this heat. Yes or no question?
I believe 29, 28. I believe that is going down, Ben, and we do see more sets here on the horizon. And I'm just the sharpest knife in the drawer today. And looks like Kirsty Jones on this first one. Nice first turn there. Looks like Yalu's going to have the bigger wave of this set, but let's stick with Kirsty here and see what she can do on this first wave.
Kirsty definitely is going to be happy with the way this is opening up for her and offering multiple turns all the way down. Let's see if she can't outrace this section. Get one more turn. Doesn't look like she's going to be able to do it.
Thing all the way through the inside, and we know Yalu is getting busy on that next wave out the back, so we will hopefully cut over to live action there of Yalu in just a moment as we see Kirsty completing the
Milking
ride
that
here.
all the way inside on the inside. Looks like Yalu must have...
Looks like Yalu went down on that, so we don't quite know what happened there with Yalu, but she's going to try to get over that whitewash.
But holding on to a sizable lead, that is for sure, over Kirsty Jones. Yalu Langre in the blue right in front, heading back out to reposition the Dutch rider versus the Welsh rider, Kirsty Jones. In the white, we see Yalu turning around, Kirsty right behind her, working her way back out. The waves, as you can see in front of you here, definitely cooperating with us today. Walling up nicely. Yalu has been strong all contest, pulling in here with her first turn, trying to keep that position right in that critical section, and now is going to be the time she has to outrace it a little bit to try to get around it and put another couple of turns. She's able to do it down the line a little bit, 3 solid turns, and that's going to do it for that wave unless she decides to keep going all the way down, but I doubt she's going to. Kirsty pulling into
Non-stop action here. Oh, getting clipped by that thing.
Just barely not able to make it through there, but as you can see, the set's rolling in, my friend. I am liking what I'm seeing, and these girls are putting it out there. No fear. I love the action that we're seeing today. It's been a great day. Great day. There's been some major upsets on the men's side so far. We're counting our way down to the end. Again, we're reassessing kind of at every logical break to see the conditions, and definitely not trying to force anything. But man, based on what I've seen so far, Sky, the conditions have been great, and it looks like they're not only holding for the day, but maybe even getting a little bit better and cleaner as the day's gone on.
Yeah, the conditions out there right now are just phenomenal. I mean, super clean, you know, really consistent sets. We've been waiting and waiting for the decrease of this swell, as we've sort of seen on our forecast models, but still plenty of activity out there in the Indian Ocean. Sets continuing to pour here across the reef. We are into the semifinals of the women. I did just hear official word that we will go into the semifinals of the men today as well. So if these conditions continue to hold strong, we could go all the way today. I'm not sure if that is not confirmed yet, but we will at least go into the semifinals of the men, it looks like at this point. And live action here, Yalu Langere from the Netherlands on yet another great looking wave.
Whew. Definitely positioning herself well. Her wave count's been high and her wave quality has been also high. Kirsty Jones is a tough task coming back to catch Yalu, especially here, looking to increase that backup wave score of 6.6, which is no joke. A 6.6 been a great.
Yalu doing a little super
going for it there out the back, not quite able to complete. I think that was maybe her 4th or 5th turn on that wave, but definitely putting it out there. And I don't know if that's like Kirsty's board.
Kirsty has perhaps snapped her leash, and that looks like her board there, washing in the inside of the lagoon. So it looks like our rescue boat is going to recover that for Kirsty and get that back out to her.
Which is bad news for Kirsty with just about a minute left, and her needing to put out a score close to an 8 in order to surpass Yalu Langre in this heat and pass on from the semifinal.
Yalu's been riding so well all contest long. She's you know, just looking really confident. She's got a lot of power in her turns, really committing to that bottom turn and setting herself up nicely. And here she goes once again, the rider from the Netherlands. Not a whole lot of big waves in Holland, Ben, but they do have some really fun onshore surf in Scheveningen and some of the other North Sea venues. But Yalu is a world traveler. She goes...
spends a lot of time in South Africa, which would... based on her the South African Luke McGilloway, who has been doing fantastic in this event as well, kind of goes to show that perhaps they having spent some time in South Africa has been an advantage for these guys.
Definitely, and we see that red flag just being raised there, and it looks like Kirsty Jones recovered her board, but not quite in the nick of time. So looks tentatively that Yalu Langere of the Netherlands will go straight into the women's final. So great result, regardless of what happens in the final for Yalu Langere. She's going to be on the podium for sure. And we've got more great action to come here on day 3 of the 2012 KSP One Eye Pro. Bringing all the action live to you here from Lemoorn. Sky Solbach, Ben Meyer in the commentary booth. And definitely very stoked to be able to watch these heats. Although it is pretty tough to sit here and watch these competitors rip apart this perfect surf.
Yeah, not often do you get to come out to a world-class wave and share it with one other person for any amount of time, let alone for the amount of time that we've been able to take over this spot. And what a privilege to be able to be out here.
Yeah, we just want to thank, of course, all the locals here for accommodating us and allowing us to run this competition at this spot in Lemoorn. You know, we've had some great conditions, and luckily we've been able to run a lot of heats on the first 3 days of the holding period. So just a huge thank you to the local community here in Lemoorn. And you see that red flag flying. We are now in sequence for the next women's semi-final, but we do have the winner of that last men's heat from Italy, Ayrton Cozzolino, standing by. So we are going to cut to an interview with Ayrton Cozzolino.
All right, thanks guys. Ayrton, you are in the semi-finals now. Congratulations. How was your heat against Kiahi?
Yeah, thank you. Again later, but me and Kiahi is it's close, huh?
Yeah.
But I'm happy. But the condition today is not so good. It's hard. Maybe I hope so. I'm going to the final. I do my best. I don't know.
Yeah, this is true. Good luck for you. If you want to say something, feel free. This is your chance now.
Say something. Grazie a tutti. È stato un hit molto difficile. Il vento è un po' da terra, però va bene, dai. Vediamo se andiamo in finale. Good.
Grazie. Thank you very much, and back to Sky and Ben to the box.
Coming up next, women's semi-final number 2. Don't go anywhere. Live action coming to you here shortly. We're going to do the second women's semi-final coming up between Ninja Bichler of Germany, who is a local Mauritian resident, doing battle against Inês Correa from Portugal, last year's KSP Women's World Champion. This is going to be a crazy heat. Ninja Bichler was the winner of this competition last year, knows this break really well. I'm going to be using that local knowledge to her advantage. And Inês Correa, last year's world champion, is also going to be charging out there. So results, official results from the last women's semi-final That semifinal number 1, Yalu Langere of the Netherlands, coming out victorious. So Yalu is straight into the women's final. That is going to be a great result for Yalu, guaranteed top 2. And here we go, live action. This heat is underway. Women's semifinal number 2, Nina Biegler in blue, Ines Correa in white.
And as we're just underway, this is the second of 2 semifinal heats here in the women's draw. Definitely an important part here as the winner goes straight into the final, as we see Ines here. Whoa, just not being able to manage that turn, and is gonna fall on that wave fairly early on, so she should be in alright position to head back out for the next and get ready for the next set to come in.
It was a really exciting last heat there we saw between Yalu and Kirsty. Kirsty was chasing a big score in the dying minutes of that heat, snapping her leash and not able to catch a backup ride. She was chasing a huge score.
Nina Biegler here on a good sized wave, the biggest we've seen of the heat so far, just committed.
I love how she hooks into her bottom turn, really laying that board on rail.
Racing through this section, trying to set herself up. Looks like she's going to be able to do it.
And tucking here, looking for a possible cover-up and not quite finding it.
But keeping her board with her, I thought she was going to go down for sure, but keeping her board with her to head back out and reposition as soon as possible as we switch to live action with Ines here on the inside. Looks like she might back out of that one.
Yeah, not much. That looks like pretty much a one-wave set there. Nina Biegler getting the best of that one. Looks like Nina's going to hook around on a little something here, seeing a little lump coming in here, a little farther down the reef.
Looks like she's contemplating.
She just knows this place so well.
Looks like, yeah, she's gonna back
she knows which sets to pick, and she knows that that one is not going to do anything for her. Women's semifinal number 2, 2012 KSP 1i Pro, brought to you by the MTPA, North Kiteboarding, Ion Essentials, MTEL, St. Regis, and Monster Energy. Thanks everyone for tuning in live. This is Ines Correa, not quite finding what she's looking for. 12 minutes remaining in this heat. And lots of Dutch fans pretty happy about the result of that last heat with Yalu Langere taking the win.
Success.
Great success there from the rider from the Netherlands. And here we go, Nina Biegler laying into that first bottom turn, making a nice looking top turn there. And is this thing going to give her a bit more? Going for a little air a la Ayrton Cozzolino. And not quite sticking that.
No, but you have to admire. I mean, like we've said, you know, there's really no difference between all the heats that we've seen today. Every rider, men, women, are really throwing it all out there, putting it all on the line. As we see Ines Correa on a little insider here, which has the possibility of really walling up on the inside and giving the rider something to work with. You can tell that that strategy is paying off here for Ines. Has a lot of nice turns on this one. Again, just going to show that if for some reason the set's back down in your heat, coming up with some background, some backup waves there on the inside is not a bad idea. It's just to try to put some pressure on your heat competitor. And you know, with pressure always comes with a little bit riding a bit tighter, a bit more frantic. So putting a couple of things on the board is definitely important for all the riders early on in the heat as we approach 10 minutes left in this second of the 2 women's semifinals.
And geez, there's Nina up again on another great looking wall. Big, wide open first turn.
Trying to set herself up here, it looks like, for not getting absolutely destroyed by that.
Just just crazy, the sheer number of perfect waves we've seen here at One Eye today. Just incredible conditions. And it looks like Inez up on her best looking wave so far of this women's semifinal number 2. Little bit of balance on that board. Looks like just trying to get her rail under control there and shut off some speed. And see if she can get around this thing and perhaps finish off this ride.
Ooh, they're holding it together there.
A little bit shaky on those last 2 turns, so
it's like her feet were out of position a little bit maybe. But Nina Biegler holding on to the lead currently as we continue to get updated scores. Looks like she's in the lead with a 2 wave total score, 10.1. But Inez definitely looking to increase that 3.17 backup wave.
Here we go, Nina Biegler.
Nina's looking tough to beat in this event, Sky.
Yeah, she's
the wave knowledge she has here just looks like it perhaps might be really paying off for her, as it seems like she's just in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and Nina works at the Club Mistral here, who's one of our local partners for this event. She spends most of her days, at least the days with good waves, out here at One Eye riding and practicing, so knows this place really well, is very accustomed to dealing with this side offshore wind, and it's no surprise to see her here in the women's semi-final. Inez Correa here going for a turn and not quite the right positioning on that one, so Inez having a little bit of a tough start in this heat. Still 8 minutes remaining, so still plenty of time to get back out there, and Nina currently sitting in the lead with 10.1 heat score total. Inez chasing a 5.44. I have the feeling we're still waiting for some scores to drop and see how this heat unfolds.
Again, we are in day 3 of competition here at the 2012 One Eye Pro here in Mauritius in beautiful Le Morne. This is the second stop for the KSP World Tour of 2012. We are just over halfway through the women's semi-final, heat number 2. We are going to go straight, as we see updated scores, Nina Biegler, 11.032 wave score, Inez Correa, 9.84. Still, she's increasing decreasing the lead that Nina has, but still needs about a mid 5-point wave in order to get herself back in contention. With Nina Biegler here, we see in the blue ahead of us. In the background here, trying to hook into this. Looks like the first of a set wave, another one behind it. Nina again, just in the right place at the right time, railing and racing as you see the wave behind it walling up. Nina here on this one, definitely getting her money's worth out of choosing that one as well, trying to set herself up for a nice section right in front of the judges. Looks like she's going to pull out the back here.
And let's see how this wave of Inez shapes up. This is probably the bigger of the two of this set, and Inez, nice little turn there, almost kind of catching a rail, but just trying to keep things under control and just kind of coming unglued there. On the end, that board is looking perhaps a little bit small, maybe not put enough rail line for these fast waves here in Mauritius. So please feel free to send us a message on our Facebook chat here on the live page, and like some of our sponsors and partners for this event. Nina Biegler here, just non-stop flurry of sets here rolling through. She goes down looking for a cover-up, a little bit too far in front of that one. And
just explodes on the reef on the inside.
So we are going to go straight into men's semifinals following this women's semifinal number 2. Some great matchups coming up. We'll get to those shortly, but this is Inês Correa of Portugal, last year's world champion.
Just under 5 minutes to go in this heat. As we wait in between sets here, looks like you can see a little bit of some lines coming towards us. Looks like Nina's going to try to check out what this set has to offer. Looks like it's walling up nicely for her. Again, the quantity and quality that she's getting, showing her experience in this spot.
Just really smooth flowing turns there from Nina. Looks like her choice of equipment is just absolutely dialed for these conditions. And Inês Correa on a nice smooth wall here, waiting for this thing to hit the reef here on the inside. And we're going to see what she's able to do with this thing. And a few small turns here. Let's see if she can get one more turn here on the inside. That's going to do it for that wave for Inês. So a lot of local support here for Nina Bichler. Nina's been living in Mauritius for quite a while now, has a family here, and her husband Baba is here on the beach. He's been doing some boat support for us. Woo! Huge thanks to him.
Oh,
and Nina just
holding my breath for a drop in there. Holy!
Looks like she was going to go for a kind of a floater and then decided to kick out of that one.
Updated scores still have Nina up in front. Now approaching just about 2.5 minutes left in this heat. So for Inês, with a 5.17, 4.67, she's going to need to unload a big one here in order to catch Nina Bichler. But Nina seems like she's been in control of this heat from the get-go, Sky.
Yeah, she pretty much just came out guns blazing in this thing, and she's just been staying really busy, catching a lot of waves. These riders do have a 15 wave limit that they can ride. After 15 waves they stop getting scored, so haven't really been counting, but I'm sure Nina's wave count is right up there. Inês kind of staying down on that lower section, and Nina just catching the tail end of her ride there, kicking out. And just about 1.5 minutes remaining. And some questions coming in here on our Facebook chat, wondering if Nina is going to go to Ireland. I certainly hope so. She's, I believe, committed to doing the whole tour this year. She was at our first stop in Portugal, and hopefully she will finish out the year coming to Ireland and Hawaii. And certainly looking like she's going to get a great result here and make a charge for the World Championship title.
So here we are, counting our way down. We're at about 1 minute left, looking over at the flags at the judges' tower. That green flag just coming down now, signifying 1 minute left in the heat. And as Sky said before, we are going to move straight into the men's semifinal after this, which are going to be putting some battles that we wouldn't have normally expected coming into this, Sky. A lot of upsets earlier today that are going to makes for some interesting battles as we see maybe the last set of this heat coming in. And Nina again in the right place at the right time, looking like she's going to get one of the larger ones in this set.
Yeah, great looking wave there, and not quite working out for her. Speaking of some upsets, yeah, Me Too Montero getting knocked out earlier today. And Inês
It's gonna be it.
Making her way through those photographers out there in the lineup, and this is definitely a smaller wave here for Inez, chasing a huge score. That is not going to do it for Inez. And one final scoring ride there from Nina Biegler.
As we see the red flag come up. So there you have it. Barring anything that we didn't see from up here in the booth, looks like Nina's going to take that home and advance into the final against Yalu Langre.
What an incredible final coming up. Looks like we're going to have Nina Biegler coming up against Yalu Langre from the Netherlands.